the events being live streamed. Slight technical. Live streaming. SPE DSATS. We okay? You're happy? Good. Right. So. Right. So I'm now having to do this. Right. So David, minor hiccup here. Right. That back into presentation mode. Right. Close that one. I'll live with this one. Hopefully that's going to advance. No, that's not advancing, David. Close this one.
Just click on the screen, that should work.
Okay, right. So we're already behind schedule, but we're going to start with brief updates on DSATS activity, DSATS election, followed up with the update on art. Then I'm really pleased, keynote interview on accelerating wellbore construction automation with data. I'm delighted we got Ryan Dawson, founder, CEO of Corva, Chief Corvanaut here to give that keynote interview. Then we'll move into we have 5 experts in different fields of wellbore construction, giving their perspectives on trends in well construction automation. We'll have those after the second presentation. We'll have a 20-minute coffee break, then 3 final presentations, and then everyone who's spoken in that will come up for the panel, and Jennifer Presley here will moderate panel debate on the theme, trends in wellbore construction automation, where will we push the envelope, if at all? So that's the schedule. I've mentioned the live streaming. Need to say a big thanks to our sponsors, Platinum, Baker Hughes, Corva, Nabors, Patterson UTI for sponsoring the live streaming, gold sponsors, Ensign, Halliburton, NOV, silver sponsor, Weatherford. And with that, it's over to Dimitrios for DSATS election and update.
Thank you, David. I hope you can hear me fine, guys. My name is Dimitris Spirovoulou. For those that don't know me, I'm the chair for DSATS for the last year. I've been working in the industry for 20 years or so, 25 years in drilling automation. I have a few slides, and I will try in 15 minutes to give you an update what has happened in DSATS the last year or so. This is the topics I will cover. So this is the annual meeting for DSATS. It happens at the drilling conference, where most of the technical sections have their meetings at the ATC. But since we're so close to drilling, we chose the drilling conference. So every year we have a process for the election where there is a nominating committee that is identified and comes up with a few nominees for the positions that are whose term comes to an end. We went through this process, the same process, standard process this year. The objectives, we had 3 objectives. Fill any open roles that we had from the last cycle and try to diversify, cover geographically more areas. North America and Europe typically are well represented, but the other areas are not. Also, another objective was to improve diversity. And the third objective was to align the roles and the responsibilities with the guidelines that SPE provides. We were not 100% aligned for compliance. So the committee went through the cycle, identified a list of nominees here that meet certain criteria. You can see here who is continuing and who is new. I have to say that the committee led by Robert Wiley did an excellent job and brought in some very experienced people. The process typically runs like this. This list is published 30 days, at least 30 days before this meeting today, and it's open for comments or people to get self-nominated. We did have one self-nominee like this for the program chair Asia. The gentleman, Binit Kumar, meets all the requirements. He's added to the list. He was not opposed, and therefore, this is the meeting, really the election. And as of today, this is the people that will continue for the next year. Now, all of us, we are subject to a 3-year limit, renewed, even inside the 3 years, you are still being renominated year after annually. But at the end of the 3 years, you have to do something different. So that's all I had really for the election. That was one of the biggest topic, really. Then I have a couple of slides on the membership for DSATS. So you can see there on the left, the trend that we have over the last 10, 12 years. Good growth for a while, for 5, 6 years. Then the whole industry went through, some difficult time. Our membership reflects that. It's consistent with the general membership of SPE. Last year, 2022, it seems like we reversed that downward trend. We had like a 10% increase in the members. This year so far, even though the point on the graph on the left points down, it's misleading because we're comparing 2 months, people that have renewed their membership in 2 months, with the numbers at the end of 2022. But you can see here on the graphs on the right that for apples to apples comparison, we're ahead of last year. So I think we're going to end up growing again the membership this year. The more encouraging part is the bottom graph on the right, where it shows student membership. And I think that's very encouraging. The fact that we have now more students interested in participating in the calls and the activities of DSATS. And one of the objectives for the section is to maintain this trend and keep engaging, young talent. Here is similar information, how it's distributed across areas, the membership, geographically on the left side. Also, on the right, what sub-segments are represented. And typically, you can see there service companies have the lion's share. And we need to balance, we're trying to balance this out and have more contractors and operators come in, as well as consultants, academia, etc. I think we have to have all the participants in. Age-wise, I think we have a healthy trend. Majority of the members are in the middle. We have, of course, more senior people, but a good chunk of the younger population, and we need to work on that. So all in all, I think it's a picture, is improving picture. It's a healthy section that is improving the membership. Okay, so then this slide, I just want to spend a few minutes summarizing the current activities of DSATS. These are strictly volunteer-driven activities. We have a new website this year that complements the one that we get from SPE. This gives us the ability to promote more interaction between members. have blogs, have discussions. The traffic so far has been much higher than what we had with a prior website. So that's very encouraging. And that's work in progress, it's ongoing. Now, the real initiatives, the DWIS, Drilling and Well Interoperability Standards. This is probably the biggest initiative right now in DSATS. We have 4 work streams in there about the interface, the architecture of automated rig, real-time signals and the semantics, the drilling quality and uncertainty, data quality and uncertainty. There is a website, you can find all the information and a lot of documentation. I think it's worth visiting that. There is a lot of information, a lot of material there, and I would, for all of them, I would like to encourage people here to participate actively. I have a comment on that at the end, conclusion. There is no shortage of ideas of what we can do and should be doing in DSATS. But we do need critical mass for these ideas to go forward. We can't really have the same 10 people spending hours and hours and hours, and the rest kind of dialing in to see what's happening. You know, that's it's not balanced, and it's not driving. Many activities stay on the table and they don't move forward, you know. The next one, the open source drilling community. That's another excellent initiative led by Roman Shore and Paul Pastusek from Exxon and Greg Payet. This is a repository of data sets from the industry that companies share, not only operators, anyone, as well as models, FEA models, dynamic system models that can be used by anybody else. So people there have done a lot of work. They have proven some of these models, and then they share them, so someone else doesn't have to rediscover the wheel from the beginning. I think this is an excellent initiative to promote, you know, collaboration and advance faster the adoption of automated systems. Drillbotics is a student competition. I imagine most of you are familiar with it. Fred Florence is the champion of that initiative. Every year, it's an annual competition. Universities participate, students, and there are 2 versions of it. One building actual hardware, a scale rig, and drill into a piece of rock directionally, and you know the challenge changes every year. But the idea is for the students to understand what the domain, the challenges of the domain, and then come up with ideas and trigger their interest, and hopefully bring them into the industry later. The second version is modeling of the whole process. It's a virtual model. The 2 complement each other. I have a slide a little bit later with some more details. And we are in the process of creating 2 new initiatives, one on the verification and validation of drilling systems automation, and one on the human factors and drilling automation. Both those are under development. The charter is under development. They're very big topics, both of them. We're trying to break the catch-22 loop where we need to test and validate a piece of software or a model or something before we plug it into a real operation. The question is, you know, in order to plug it, you have to test it. And in order to test it, you have to have it on a rig. So that's part of the reason why things are slow and they don't get adopted. So we're trying to define here how we can test in a virtual environment, what standards we need to respect, to comply with, and get buy-in from the industry. So by the time something makes it to the rig, we are confident, as much as we can be, that it's going to work the way we expect it, and it's not going to create problems. Human factors is a huge area. It's not only, you know, with the operators so we don't overwhelm them with data, with screens, etc. But from the very beginning, when we design an automated system, we need to consider the process, what situational awareness, what people know, what they see, what can go wrong, what if this happens, what if, you know, there is a lot of paths that we need to cover here to make sure that machines and people work in sync. So I have a couple of slides on the Drillbotics specifically. First, thanks to all the sponsors that make this happen. These are not the same as the sponsors of the symposium today. They fund actually, travel for the students, building the hardware. We're thinking to establish a scholarship for some of these students, so it wouldn't happen without sponsors. So there is a documentary that we're building with David's help, actually, to capture the history of the competition. Interviews with people that made it happen, Fred and others, students that participated, sponsors, etc. Timeline is still a little bit fluid, but I think sometime in the summer, and everybody will have access to it, of course, through different platforms, YouTube, the website, and maybe LinkedIn, etc. For this year, for 2022, I should say, we had the two winners, one from the University of Stavanger here, the other one from NTNU. Both of them will be at the conference this week. One will present the paper. The other one will have a booth with actual rigs that they built. And I think if you have time, it will be an excellent idea to visit that, to see what the students have done. It's amazing work, what they have done. Here is the information, the booth, but I'm sure you cannot miss it. Other events that the section is organized. Last year, we had a joint session with Wellbore positioning at the IADC. We had a DWIS workshop in October. That's 2022. Going forward, we have the meeting today, the annual meeting, and excellent panel and discussion at the end. There is a workshop next week, Kuala Lumpur, drilling automation, breaking boundaries. There is a forum that Matt, Isabel, and a few others are putting together in April about digital workflows for well construction, which I think is going to be an excellent event. And the ATC this year is San Antonio. We're going to have a special session, a joint session with geothermal, with Tony Ping. I think that's going to be a very good event as well. And it's going to have a social reception at the end. Those are the main events, but there are a number of webinars and SPE live events that we have throughout the year. We have 5 or 6 this year, only 2 allocated assigned speakers. We have a few openings. If anyone wants to share the work that they are doing with the community, please get in touch with me. And something new that we tried this year is we have bi-monthly calls open to the entire DSATS membership. It's the second Thursday of every other month. So there we give an update essentially to everybody, even non-DSATS and non-SPE member, anyone that is interested in drilling automation, update on the initiatives that I explained earlier, what's happening within DSATS and how people can get engaged. So taking a step back and looking at the bigger picture, last year, at the end of 2021, early 2022, DSATS went through an exercise of rebranding itself, what we call the V2, DSATS V2, trying to bring in new ideas, new charter, new people, etc. So the result of that work was a long list of ideas and potential initiatives, and that made the foundation for a living document of initiatives that we can pursue. And to that, we are adding topics that come up in the symposium and the events that we have like this one today. Now, this is a pipeline that is full, I would say, but like I said, we need people to push those initiatives forward. They're not going to go by themselves, In terms of accelerating the pace of adoption of drilling automation technologies, one topic that always comes up is the business models and how we reach alignment between the different subsegments. And even though we are not a business organization, we are a technical section, I think there is an overlap here, a sweet spot where as technical people, we can work on technologies that make business sense and provide benefits to all people involved, and not develop something just for the sake of technology and then struggle commercially because the people who took the risk don't see the reward and all these other, let's say, reasons that slow us down. So that's something that I think we can contribute through open collaboration and dialogue. Another main area, I think, for automation technologies is how to deploy these technologies for new applications, geothermal wells, repurposing wells for CO2 storage, etc. So there is a whole new area, a new growth area over there that we can use, deploy automation technologies and help, open new doors. On that same logic, typically we have been targeting students in traditional oil and gas disciplines like petroleum engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering. But I think we have an opportunity here to target more people in areas like artificial intelligence, machine learning. There is a lot of data in our industry, and we still don't get all the value out of that data. And I think we can bring in new people, new ideas, stay relevant, and reverse the trend that we have, with membership and new people coming in shrinking. The next bullet is along the same lines. We need to reach out to people in other technical sections, even outside SPE and IADC. People that are where we can see value and benefits, and people like in aviation and nuclear. They have gone through some of the challenges that we are going through. So there is no reason why we cannot learn from there. And the last point I have there is an important one. SPE in general, in technical sections, we're not entities that we can enforce standards and audit and make sure that everybody is doing what we say we will do. We're not that type of organization. We're an open, transparent, volunteers organization. No membership, no fees. So that openness is what attracts many people to SPE. At the same time, we don't want to be just a white paper factory where nothing happens. There is no traction at the end. So the objective is how do we go from creation of ideas and technology to guidelines and best practices that really create some tangible results in the industry. And what we think is the right way is to work closely with entities that do have the authority to create standards and guidelines like IADC, API, and others. And that's really the sweet spot that we're trying to hit through DWIS and some of these other initiatives. So that's all I had. I hope I didn't take too much time. Thank you for being here today. I want to thank all the volunteers that drive the initiatives, and I would like to invite more people to participate actively in those activities. Thank you, David.
Hey, everybody. We're going to be quick. So my name's Blaine Dow. I'm with SLB. This is Sarah Kern with H&P.
Hi, everyone.
Good.
I know,
SLB
I know.
And H&P. We could make a rhyme.
Yeah, a good duo. Yeah, and we're happy to be here, and we are, as of January, we are the new IADC Advanced Rig Technology Committee co-chairs. So this is the first time that we're going to do a co-chair system as opposed to just one committee chair, and so we're both happy to be working together, and yeah, happy to be here.
So one of the, in fact, Demetrius pointed this out too. One of the key things that we would like to bring to our co-chair positions is to take on initiatives that we know we can conclude. So there's been a lot of big, hairy, audacious goals that both IADC and SPE end up unpacking, and then realize that years go by and it's still a work in progress. So we've got a couple of key things that have been kicked off in the past that we're trying to tie up. We'll speak a little bit more about that as we go here, but that's one of the key things. And the main objective for our organization is to deliver artifacts to stakeholders that can actually help improve their business. So that's one of the key focuses that we're going to be driving. In order to be able to do that, we obviously need to look at the projects and say, okay, this is a great project. How do we break it down into achievable goals that can roll out and then follow up with other steps?
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we want to do is almost take the same mindset that each of us do in our own day jobs. And so, we all want to get a fail fast mindset, react quickly to change. And so if there's something, if we need to pivot with any of these projects that are occurring, then we want to do that quickly. And again, just because we recognize the incredible amount of thought leadership that exists within this committee and all the organizations that we partner with, just like DSATS. And so we're really looking forward to this, and we want to make sure that we're being respectful of everyone's time, and so that we can all just increase engagement and get a lot done. And let's see. So I am just going to go through the subcommittees. We're going to do a little bit of a deep dive during the break. And so if anyone is tuning in virtually during the coffee break, you can hear an update on each of these subcommittees. But we have the Data Controls and Sensors Subcommittee and the Energy Efficiency Subcommittee, BitDill Grading Work Group, and IADC DDR+. And just to give you a quick rundown, if you're not already familiar with the structure of the IADC Advanced Rig Technology Committee. So we have the committee at large, and then we have subcommittees. And then when those subcommittees get various tasks, then they break down into work groups. So we've got 3 levels there, and we are just looking at that structure. And this is a great group of people here today and at this conference all this week. We couldn't come up with a better survey pool. And so if any of you all are interested in the committee and you haven't been involved, or if you have been involved over the years and you have feedback about just anything regarding the committee, then please let us know. And we're thankful to all of the people within our subcommittees and our work groups that have devoted so much time and effort for getting these initiatives rolled out, and we're just looking forward to the next 2 years.
So one other thing, in the past, people in this room may be familiar with Spark Tank. Apparently that was a victim of COVID. It kind of slowed down and lost pace. So one of the other things that, besides what the committee work is doing, we're in discussions about resurrecting Spark Tank, because it was a well thought of program, and we feel that there's opportunity there to bring that back. To, I guess, parrot exactly what Demetrius said, obviously there's a lot of work that goes into this stuff, and call for volunteers. But looking out on this room, I can see that there's we've got a generation gap here. There's a lot of young professionals that are back in your organizations. And, I think quite often it's not even that they're unwilling to volunteer. They don't even know there's opportunity to. So please go back and communicate that to your young professionals in your organization, that there's things that they can participate in, and direct them to our organization, to Demetrius's, and we'll find things for them to contribute with. I think that's an important thing. And then final update is the ARC conference. Sarah, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so that's coming up September 14th through 15th, and it will be in Amsterdam. And we're using this conference as an opportunity to not only continue with the regular schedule that everyone expects at that conference, with the presentations about rig automation, but then also using it as a time to really do a deep dive into subcommittee information and updates and things like that. And so we're just looking forward to it, and yeah, it'll be a great conference.
Yeah, I think we had we just did the paper selection and program last week, or Monday, I guess it was, and there surprisingly we had 50 submissions, which is pretty high. That's very good to hear. Because it's a single stream 2-day conference with some other discussions, that gets cut back quite a bit, actually. There's only, I think, room for less than 10. So we've done our best to take people that submitted and incorporate them into the panel discussions and conversations that we're going to be having along the way. But there is, back to the point of deployability, one thing that we are going to do is we're going to take out a piece of time in that conference to actually stimulate the uptake of work that Paul and his team have done on the new bit dull grading exercise, coupled with the DDR plus work that was done a generation before Sarah and I joined the team. And what we've heard, and this is kind of why we're hitting on this point, is DDR plus, a lot of work went into doing it, and deployability has actually been very low. So we're actually going to showcase how the thing actually works and see if we can, stimulate some effort to get it rolling out, because there's no point in us doing anything, whether it's in DSATS or in art, if it just sits on the shelf. So that's it for us.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
pretty much it.
Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the conference.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, thank you very much. First of all, Dimitrios for the update, and then Blaine and Sarah. And so now I'm delighted, welcome Ryan Dawson and Jennifer Presley up onto stage for the keynote interview. Jennifer's going to be introducing Ryan. Whilst they're coming up here and getting settled, I can introduce Jennifer, Senior Technology Editor with SPE's Journal for Petroleum Technology. Has worked or grew up in the oil field and has worked as a technical writer now for SPE, previously a variety of organizations, including the Integrated Ocean Drilling Project. And Jennifer has actually sailed on one of the JOIDES Resolution deepwater drillship cruises. So over to you, Jennifer, introduce Ryan and for the debate.
Great, thank you.
The interview.
So with that, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you all here today in Stavanger, Norway. At this time, I'd like to introduce Ryan Dawson, who is the founder, CEO, and chief Corvanaut at Corva. Ryan doesn't come from an oil field background. He's a digital entrepreneur. His first startup was a company integrating design and software engineering. He saw the opportunity in managing and exploiting the massive data collected while drilling, but rarely used, and formed Corva. He's now moving Corva to be the app store for energy, using data across not just drilling, but also completion, the geosciences, and sustainability. Ryan, thank you for joining us here today.
Thank you guys so much for having me. This is a rare opportunity. I'm a newcomer, and this is basically a wealth of knowledge sitting in this one room, and you guys dedicate so much time and energy to making a lot of like what we do possible. So thank you. Thank you.
Great. So, for those in the audience that are not familiar with you or with Corva, would you please share with us a little bit about the company and how did you get your start?
Sure. About 10 years ago, I actually sent an email to someone and I said, I want to build an automated drilling rig. Can you help? And needless to say, there was no response from that email. So I had approaching zero knowledge of drilling, even though I grew up in Midland. But at that time period, really what I was thinking is, how can I work on one of the hardest problems that affect not just me, but the world in general? I think I had been working with social media companies. I'd been working with technology companies for watching movies. And it was a very big departure into how can we not get people to click on ads, but how can we, really affect the digital or the physical world out there that is powering our world? I think today that's much more applicable, but back then it was not. And so that's kind of the interesting thing. My background is actually in user experience and software. And so the first thing I saw was the software was terrible from an experience perspective. I don't think anyone wanted to use it, independent of how good the models were underneath or what was powering it. really, if you went out into the field and talked to the people using the software, it was no, I don't want to use this. This is terrible. And so I think initially there was a very big connect between myself and Corva, and like just providing like beautiful, great experiences to the software that people would love to use. And that's kind of sort of the same thing that drives us today, is like how many people love to use what you're building. And the more people that say it, that's how you know you're on the right path. So we started in drilling, we went into completions, we went into geoscience, we're doing a lot in sustainability now. But really, I think what drives me and Corva now is there's sort of this Anna Karenina story of every energy company is unhappy in their own ways. And so for Corva, we built a lot of technology to build different apps to solve different solutions. And it turns out, like, 5 years ago, it seemed like most people had the same solutions. Nowadays, it seems like everyone is different, and the problems change so quickly. So really, Corva's mission now is focused on how do you help these energy companies build their own app store for what they see as their biggest pressing needs. And that's not just drilling. It could be P&A. It could be, all these new types of things happening in sustainability, like water, produced water. So I think the future is unknown in terms of, like, how do you define us? But I think of us as like the app store for innovation now.
Okay, great. Well, certainly one of the focuses of our symposium here today, we're talking about trends and the future, and how do we push the edge of that envelope? And so I'm just curious, in the time that you've been working in this space, what would you see, has been some of the biggest changes or biggest difference makers as far as drilling and the completion side when it comes to automation technologies and what it is that y'all do at Corva?
Yeah, I think there's been a huge difference from 10 years ago until today. Some of the simplest examples are when I joined. If you wanted to run a torque and drag analysis or hydraulics model, that would typically take you about 30 minutes. You'd have to pull down the data, you have to clean it, you'd have to run the model, you get the results, and then potentially send it out to people. Nowadays, you can essentially just log into your iPhone and see what's going on, and that takes about 5 seconds. And so if you sort of apply that, and there's only so many problems you can work on at one time, but if you apply that to a grand scale, that's a huge change in how it's worked 10 years ago to how it's worked today. So I'd say it's been quite dramatic, and like the future is accelerating.
Okay. Certainly, in preparing for our conversation here today, I came across a quote about how innovation does not live in a vacuum, and that it serves to address a need. But to address that need, it requires solving the right problems, and that begins with asking the right questions. What are the right questions, in your opinion, that we should be asking, and what are the questions that we're not asking but should be?
Yeah, that's a hard one. I think most of the problems or the solutions that are being built now involve humans, or they're in the loop in some regard. And so, we talk about human factors or just human behavior. Really, to solve for those problems, you have to have extreme empathy for putting yourself into those people's shoes and feeling how they feel. A good example is there's a few systems out there for ROP optimization or optimizers. And I think, a lot of them, like, there's been like 5 years of R&D that's gone into these systems. But then there's like this one bottleneck, which requires these systems require to put like a driller's roadmap in there for formation set points. Now, the problem is that takes about 5 minutes of work, but most drillers or people in the field on these rigs will just absolutely not have that. They don't want to do that. And so the 5 minutes breaks the entire problem. And so I think sort of understanding what humans will do and what will not do is a huge part of understanding like how you solve problems. When you do things in a vacuum and say this is going to be great, you can never underestimate the human turning something off or flipping a switch, and I think that's a huge problem just for drilling automation in general. But I just think it's empathy, extreme empathy. I think one of the questions that's probably not being asked in the startup world, typically you ask or you think, I can only solve problems if they're 10x better. The solution is 10x better. The reason why startups think that is because the switching cost is so high. There's just a huge number of other reasons why people won't switch from the old solutions. And so I think we typically get into the mindset of like, let's make it incrementally better. And there's truth to that too. But I think there's a lot to be said for the only things we should work on should be 10x better. And it frames your mind into building solutions that are much bigger, much better, and are much more likely to succeed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So certainly as we were preparing for today, you mentioned a phrase, clock speed of innovation, which really kind of captured my imagination. And would like for you to, if you would please just tell us more about what this clock speed of innovation is and how does that apply to the work that we're doing here with wellbore construction automation and just drilling systems automation?
Sure. So I study a lot about innovation. It's essentially what I do in terms of embodying like what I do from a work perspective. The clock speed is essentially this concept. It's the number of iterations in a given amount of time. And so, for example, if you're a company and just for example, you release software code every 2 weeks, and then you go test it, you go get feedback, you validate it, and then you iterate again and you release code 2 weeks later, that would be your clock speed. There are other companies potentially that may release new software every 6 months, and then they get the validation. So the difference between company A and B is about 12 cycles or 12 iterations. I think that is that's the biggest potential for innovation is just the number of iterations that you're making in a given time. I just think this can't be underestimated, like how big of a concept this is. And so, it's going to be different for every company, and this particularly applies to, drilling automation and drilling, wellbore construction in general. I think the iterations are quite slow. And so that I think is an interesting thing from a group perspective to think about is like, how do we speed up the number of iterations in a safe manner? But I think this is a core tenet of innovation that's not really discussed more enough. Yeah.
Okay. So certainly, I've been covering the digital oil and gas space now for many, many years, and the term digitalization has become very common in well construction vocabulary. How far have we come relative to other industries, in your opinion, and how far do you see the industry going?
If you look at other industries, for example, healthcare, construction, mining, real estate, I'm not sure that they are further along than oil and gas and digitization. So I don't think, I think there's this common narrative that oil and gas is far behind. But I think the things at play are really the innovator's dilemma. Essentially, companies are successful for various reasons, and then a lot of like the people go into protecting the moat or protecting the original reasons that that created their advantage, and therefore are not incentivized to innovate. A good example of this is probably the whole ChatGPT thing that's happening right now, and we all wonder like, okay, where is Google's solution to this? But I think there's probably 90% of Google that's saying this is going to cannibalize our original business, right? So the thing is, digitalization, in my opinion, will overtake all aspects of pretty much every industry. The way that I sort of get to that is if you just imagine a future state, the future in the world, it could be 10 years or 100 years, it doesn't really matter. And then you sort of backcast. But if you look at that, most of these processes are way better from a digitized and fully automated perspective. So, I think a lot of the work, a lot of the manpower will go into creating the algorithms, but in terms of like, how do you get to consistency? How do you overcome human factors that really prevent a lot of the operations now? You have to digitize, you have to go to these automation, processes. But I think oil and gas it's on a good curve to getting there. I think the sort of the last few years, the scare of like the energy crisis and the last downturn has really accelerated the need for people to get involved. 3 years ago, it was really hard to recruit people to the industry to work on these problems. Now, at least from my perspective, a lot of people in software that have worked in other areas are very interested in like, hey, how can I help come produce energy for the world, because that's a big problem. So things have shifted. I think talent, especially some of the best software talent, are now really interested in coming into oil and gas, and that's an encouraging trend.
Yeah, the experiment, I played around some with that Chat GPT program in preparing for today, and it wrote up some interesting things on you. Which kind of brings up an interesting point of just the importance of input, output, and making sure that the data you get, that you put in, is clean and good as well. Which kind of takes me to my next question of, the operators group on data quality. They was formed to address the issues on data quality after a publication showed some 20% error in some rig data measurements. The group is now working with IADC ART on API recommended practice for verifying these sensors. This recommended practice only addresses the traditional use of these data and not the requirements for detailed analytics and automation. How do you see the data quality issue from your vantage point?
Well, for me, it's like, where does it start and where does it end? It's ever encompassing. I think as a company, our number one request is data quality. So everything around it and everything to do with it. I think, at least from my perspective, sensor data quality is one issue, one type of issue. I see all kinds of issues, especially like the solutions that necessarily need to be built. You're combining all kinds of data. And so sensor data, it's the stream sensor, it's only one kind. And so like there's so many types of data issues out there. To be focused on this is a good start, but it's just only a piece of the pie. I think what is really needed is like systems that give 100% transparency into the data quality. So this could be your reporting systems, the data that's going in there as you're translating that data. A lot of this data is translated, right? So there's a master source, and probably everyone around here is dealing with some sort of translation in that. And those errors are so frequent. Whether does the data get in there? Does it get in there the right way? Was it copied? How was it copied? So if there can be a system that could really give you transparency around all of these issues, I firmly believe that is how you improve. If everything is hidden from sight, if everything is unknown, then you'll never improve it. And so if you talk about like just the sensors or I don't know if it's the hook load sensor or whatever, if that is published very frequently and it's very transparent, like let's say it's on every daily drilling report, that's going to really bring to front of mind, like we need to fix that or I have a problem. So I think, transparency, but not just in the sensor realm, transparency across all issues is going to be the key. And I think this is probably one of the biggest issues that face oil and gas is data quality. The other aspect, I mean, I would give kudos to a lot of people, but there specifically, there's Eric Davis with ConocoPhillips. He's been big from a contracting perspective of putting it into contracts and, making that part of like how you get paid, right? So, and I've heard from him just all of the issues, and like it's a long process and it takes a lot of time. But I think that's also an interesting way to approach it, is putting it into the contract, making it part of the deliverables. So I think between transparency and contracting, that's probably like the biggest path to success there.
Mhm. Well, Corva, they work with a range of stakeholders. And so curious to get your take on how do we resolve the issue of multiple stakeholders and working with them. You have operator, your drilling contractor, your service provider, and your automation provider. How do we get everyone to the point where they're all talking together and working on the same page and being transparent and with, while at the same time remaining competitive?
Well, that's the question of the day. That's probably the hardest question. Unfortunately, like everyone's motives are a little bit different, and I think like if we can see past it into the future, one thing that was really interesting, especially during the COVID period where oil prices were low, is people were really high on the scale of like wanting to work together and wanting to solve the problems in a good way, in a unionized way. And so that was extremely encouraging. Since then, I've seen like there's been a dissipation of that. But I think like when people are along the lines of like trying to solve a same goal and also seeing like, okay, maybe these factors out here could all kill us, and so we should work together for the better. That's going to help. So I don't have the silver bullet answer there, but it's definitely trying to align goals and work on the same problem.
Mm-hmm. So what would you say are the key enablers to seeing more wellbore construction automation systems and just the whole process scaling up?
Yeah, sorry to like be say the same thing, but working together is totally that. So I've seen for the last, from my experience and from seeing the entire industry, it seems most companies want to go it alone. And I've seen all the innovation breakthroughs, at least from a large automation perspective, happen when people start working together. Basically saying, hey, I'm good at this part and you're good at this part. And if we combine those, we actually have like real solutions that's going to affect the industry. I haven't seen much success with people really going alone and making that happen. I just heard today someone was telling me someone's rig technology system group within their company is being shut down, right? So, I think the corollary of that is like working together, you can exploit certain advantages and make that happen. And so like the more that's going to happen, I think that's really where it's going to come from.
Well, and a great example of that would be the recent partnership that was announced between Corva and Baker Hughes. So with that partnership, are you going to be doing more with Baker Hughes on the drilling side, or is it kind of completions and P&A side as well, or is it more all encompassing than that?
So, I can't speak for Baker Hughes, but the general idea is really to build their digital platform of the future on Corva. Okay. And so the advantages would be Corva has built this system where we can rapidly build software and deploy it worldwide. It turns out that that's actually a really hard problem. It turns out whether you're drilling in oil and gas or any problem, that's actually really hard. And so being able to help people change the solutions that they're delivering in a fast way is super critical. I just think like even from Corva's perspective, people say, hey, you guys have too many apps. And what you don't hear is customers were requesting 20 more each month. But the real truth of the matter is the problems just change so fast. So P&A is now a hot topic, whereas 1 year ago, maybe I didn't really hear anyone talking about it. So now everyone's coming and saying, hey, what can we do around P&A? So, I think like, yeah, that is our skill set, is like helping that innovation path. And can you pair that with companies like Baker Hughes that have hundreds of years doing all kinds of other things, right? And so I do think like you will see more marriages of that, and I hope to see like those will actually bear more fruit than companies going alone. Yeah.
Okay, great. So what do you see? Let me ask you this. What would Wellbore Construction Automation's iPhone moment look like? And when I mean by iPhone moment is you think about the time before the iPhone came, digital communications, was not as slick and pretty as it is now. Once kind of Apple got a hold of it, and what was interesting about Apple is Apple came into it, and they were not a in the phone business and in the communications business, and so by kind of coming into the space and bringing with it a different set of eyes, a different appreciation and view of the way things work, it really kind of transformed the communications piece. And so what would something like that look like for digital systems automation or for Wellbore construction automation?
Yeah, I think it's actually simpler than people think. I think it's really all of the systems being able to combine and talk to each other, and then having a very elegant user experience on top of that. I mean, from the iPhone's perspective, there was mobile browsing on phones. There was phones themselves. There was iPods. So really the iPhone took all that together and put it into an extremely elegant package. So I think the same for Wellbore construction. Like first, like, yes, it's a monumental task to get all this data to talk together. It's not an unsolvable technology task though, right? I mean, like it's been solved in many regards, just not all of them. And like, how does that come together, especially with just the issues that exist, the data quality exists. But then you could think of that as like having a digital twin on top of that. So the digital twin, if you want to control it in the same way that you can control it in the field, I think that should be possible. But also like understanding more so like from an automation or drilling perspective, like, okay, there's a subsurface that I can't actually see, but like maybe a digital twin can show that, or that can show problems that are happening, and that can show those issues. And so, I mean, I don't want to undersell the problem, but I actually think it's closer than most realize.
Okay, so this is a what would you say? Ask that question. Drilling traditionally uses mud pulse and EM telemetry to transmit data from downhole, and these technologies are data rate limited to tens of bits per second. Do you foresee the need for a much higher data rate available from hardwire telemetry to access high frequency downhole data in real time?
So Corva has about 100 terabytes of data in our database, and we are always trying to get more. So if you ask me, can there be 10x more points, delivered per second? Of course. I think it's always going to be better. Even I've underestimated the quality of the data by having more data. A good example is like 10 years ago, 10-second data was kind of the norm, and like 1 second. And I actually made the mistake of saying some problems could be solved using 10-second data. But then once we started using 5 or 1, it became so glaringly obvious that like this was a bad decision, and you should always use the 1 second. So that being said, from like a pulse technology, I think we don't know what we don't know in that regard. I will say, like, out of, say, Corva has about 300 rigs in our system. I know of very, very few that are actually pulsing up the shock and vibration information in a way that's consumable. And I know this because in the last year, we have painstakingly tried to convert some of those rigs over, and it's basically a driver of ours. And so the question is, it's like, yes, we could get 10x more amount of this data, but what do we do if we even have 1 point? What can we do? And so I think there's so much more to be exploited currently, but of course we should always, aim for more data.
Okay. What do you see? And I guess perhaps this may even be, what are some of the questions or what are some of the asks that you're getting from your customers? Perhaps pull out your crystal ball, if you will. What do you see as the future of wellbore construction automation? And data, and what's coming down the pike, for automation? And we'll just start there.
I could be wrong, but I think within a year, you will see a few very good examples of maybe 95% automation working in like a production. Like what I mean by that is in an actual operational environment. So I think we're that close for what can be done. There's areas that have lagging behind in drilling automation, like and I'm not an expert, for example, like doing fluid mixing, that's difficult. I think some parts of the cementing process, and I think some parts of the casing. But outside of that, I mean, we could be looking at a 95+% of the operation running in an automated fashion. And I think that's great because, at least from my perspective, every energy company out there that I speak with is really concerned about just consistency. So how much does it cost? Is it going to cost the same amount every time? And that's how they plan their business, as everyone is aware. And so that would be a huge step forward. And I think, many would say, well, there's nothing today, so how can we be there in a year? But I actually just think the ingredients are there, and it's the early stages. But maybe a year, maybe 18 months, I think we're going to really see something. And then from that perspective, I always think innovation is like what is best from like a competitive perspective. So that's going to spur everyone else to catch up, to do better, to increase the speed at which this happens. So if someone is offering this, everyone else is going to say, well, that's possible now. What can I do? But how can I do that better? And I think, that's a great thing. Yeah.
So you mentioned earlier that you are in the completion space. You have, what was it, 86, 85 frac spreads that are now automated or working on automation piece. How do you see it expanding out even further, from drilling and completions and into well intervention or P&A operations?
Mm-hmm. In the unconventional completion space, it's further behind. In terms of like comparing drilling to unconventional fracking, it's a much bigger learning curve. I mean, I don't think they would like to ever admit they're behind drilling, but most drillers that go to completions, they see that it's like they have problems just acquiring the data, right? And so like the kudos to in the entire drilling industry for creating the WITSML standard and doing that. I don't know. I've heard the 80s was when those. I don't know, maybe in the 90s, but like that was like revolutionary. And like, as much as in my early career, I used to say like, hey, the standard, it could be better. Looking back on it, it's like, this is something that's been revolutionary to like help everyone build on. The completion space, that doesn't exist at all. So like they have to just, invent basic data transmission standards, data storing standards. And so after that, there is a lot of prize to be had. I think like a lot of large focus of completion engineers is essentially automating like the pumping parameters, and like I think that's like ripe for innovation. As far as the intervention space, it depends if it's like from an unconventional asset or a conventional. Like in Uncon, we're working with a few operators to basically go out and just put sensors on the rig. So I'm sure everyone knows that, but there's no sensors, right? So it's like the capabilities for automation are, very, very low right now. And so basically they're going through this arduous process of, okay, how do we put this in the contracts that we need sensors on here? Which companies can we use to do this in a cost-effective manner? So, you know, I think like everyone is at different stages of the digitalization journey. And then like, depending on where you are from a digitalization perspective, it's like, that's where you are from the automation perspective. And so I would say drilling is definitely leading the pack.
Okay. Well, and with that, we will bring our conversation here today to a close. So thank you for your time here today and for joining us. We will
Thank you.
now have a series. So yes, we will now have a series of presentations beginning with 2 before a short break followed by 3 more and then a spirited discussion. We will take questions from the audience at that time. Our first speaker is Arnfinn Grøtte. He is with AkerBP. Arnfinn started his professional career in building automation. And after more than 10 years in commissioning and mechanical completion, he switched to drilling and led AkerBP's Performanator project to digitalize and automate the drilling unit on Valhall IP. He oversaw the digitalization of the well delivery process, reducing lead time for drilling programs for 3 months to under 2 weeks. He is now their AkerBP's manager for drilling and wells digitalization. Arnfinn, the podium is yours.
Thank you. There's no audio. Let's see. No. Okay. There's supposed to be rock music playing now, so just picture that in your head. Or do you want to? That's okay. That's okay. Okay, so this is mandatory. Every presentation we do in AkerBP, we do this, Rebels with a Cause. And we like to think ourselves as we are proper rebels also in the digital domain. So first a bit who we are. So we're an E&P company, only with assets in Norway. We're the biggest independent oil and gas company in this region. And also based on Ryan points, I think we're also seeing that there will be a transformation within this industry. There's 3 reasons for that. One is what Ryan was talking a bit about, and that is actually digitalization, where we will come to critical mass, where there will be an acceleration within our industry that we've seen in retail and banking, and we think that there's only a matter of time before we're at that stage. We also see ESG is impacting us quite a lot. And the last thing is for sure when it comes to all the turbulence that we're seeing in industry, the market. We don't think that is something that will go away, and that means that we need to build resilience into the way we work. And digitalization is a large component to make that happen, so that we are more doable. So one of the main slogans within AkerBP right now is to become the first truly data-driven E&P company. So I hope through the next slides that I'll give you guys a bit introduction to what that means. It's very interesting to build kind of a more neutral presentation to this type of aspect, but I think it's generalized enough that it's the same challenges we have, and I'm going to talk a bit about how we're working on that in AkerBP. And we have invested quite heavily in digital since we became AkerBP, and we're still doing that, and we will still continue to do that. So quite a large team and quite a large investment program on my side working on this. So first, a bit when we're talking about digital twins. And I think this is an important element. So we're talking about automation here specifically, but in reality, we're talking about huge end-to-end processes, big digital twins, where there is semi and some kind of established workflows that's already there. And I think I'll just go through them very briefly and give you guys a flavor of the challenges. I'm not going to spend so much time on subsurface, but for sure, before we start to design a well in AkerBP, there's around 17 data types that we need to collect before we actually start to design the trajectory. And if you look at the subsurface domain alone, just in AkerBP, we're talking about up to 150 applications. So that's 150 applications that's producing some sort of results, and we are choosing that to be part of the concept, the design concept we're working on. And we are maturing this ecosystem for sure. Barrios is a large ecosystem, complex interoperability, and different kind of matureness when it comes to actually having a digital workflow. So that brings us over to digital well planning. So one thing that I think is interesting in this concept, and the reason why we made this animation is because we often find ourselves to be a bit misunderstood. For us, it's not all about that the data is one place. The challenge we have is actually the workflow. So this circuit board is just showing how AkerBP will design a well, how we in the past had to manually move all the data between 50 applications. Now that we have a digital ecosystem where the data can flow more seamlessly between, it means that we have a whole different speed. It means also we can change out different components. It means we can work very differently on a platform. It means plugins and other application layers are much easier to adapt into our work system. Still the same challenges and still a challenge to keep an overview, but this has really, really fundamentally helped us to change the way we work. It means also that we can start to do more proper design earlier in the field development workflow. So after we have designed the well, what do? Well, then we need other digital twins. And often what we do in Norway is that we stand on ski jumps. I've not done that myself, but I would not like to do it either. But sometimes I think that's how a drilling team could think. You have one shot. You have one shot and you're looking into the abyss and you need to jump. And what's expected from the management is, of course, that we do this 365 with 5x20 style points every day on all our rigs. That's what's expected. And we have no place to really train and test out the scenarios. So this was the concept with drill a well on simulator, to move away from drill a well on paper and start to utilize a lot of the digital twins that we use in engineering as preparation tools before we go offshore. We come some way on this, and there's a lot of vendors involved, but there still is work to be done. And what's the last thing we go into then? Well, then we start to drill. And what happens then is that you have an enormous amount of data sets that are correlating and that you need to try and coordinate, if it's robotics, if it's visualization aids. So what we worked a lot about is how to capture all the engineering data and contextualize that with the service data that we have from the tools or from the rig to make it as a picture so that you get to understand what's happening underground while you're drilling. So these are technology sets that we're really exploring and also combining them with, for example, more long-string measurement tools that we can actually use to fuel the different digital twins while we are in operation. Because a 958 hole isn't a perfect 958 hole after you drilled it. There will be cavings, there will be different things. It would be good to see when you're running the casing if there will be a challenge in a certain section. It's an example. And then we have the last thing that I would like to talk about, and that is a bit top problem to solve, and that is our overall ecosystems and the way we run our project and develop our assets. So the challenge is that we have data that's all spread around in various systems and formats. The reviews are manual and often silo-based. There's no revision history or transferability. So it means when you're interconnecting business units, if you want to know exactly which subsurface interpretation was there when you design that well, that's a manual thing to figure out. There's no system that helps you to provide you that lineage. And at some steps, we're still a PowerPoint-driven industry when it comes to making the decisions. So we've been working very hard to establish more bigger data-driven platforms where we can interconnect the different platforms together. so that we have that kind of overview, but still have the flexibility between each business unit to develop their workflows. And that brings me back to the start. What does it mean to become data-driven? First of all, it means the obvious, to make the data available for everyone that's part of making a decision. And we decided we can't boil the ocean, so we're not going to do everything for every domain, but we're going to start with the decision points that we have in each project to make sure that we capture all the data that's there and where it's coming from and what the uncertainty and the quality is. Another thing that we learned is also how you contextualize the data set. How do you handle tabular data? Well, you contextualize it toward the trajectories and towards the geospatial domain. That means you can look at 100 Excel sheets or drilling reports just by looking in a 3D view on the curve of the trajectory itself. You can also correlate to events that's happened to nearby wells in that type of domain in a totally different way than looking at tabular reports. The bonus that we already see for a lot of the work we do in AkerBP is that we get a lot more drive within the teams, we get a lot more collaborations, and the silos are broken down. So that brings me to the last one. Be a rebel with a cause, collaborate, co-innovate, and transform. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Pradeep Annaiyappa with Nabors. Pradeep is a senior director at Nabors Industries. His master's and PhD are both in computer science, and he has 25 years experience developing software and digital automation technologies for the oil field. He leads his company's digital strategy for data aggregation, business intelligence, and machine learning. He has played a leading role in delivering a fully automated drilling rig to a major operator on a U.S. land pad drilling the Permian Basin, I believe, and subsequently a retrofit of a land rig, creating automated pipe handling from the floor to the monkey board. Pradeep, the podium is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon. What I want to talk about today is collaborative automation on a rig. I'm kind of overusing or overloading the word collaboration here. One part of collaboration is we have multiple players on a drilling rig, and all of them want to use the drilling rig for their own process. So how do we create an environment where all of them can participate within the rig, do their piece in an automated way, or be able to contribute to the automation? So at Nabors, we're looking at our energy transition strategy at this point, technology, and also our workforce. Today's meeting obviously will focus on the technology part of things. But before I did that, I just wanted to talk a little bit about why the energy transition can be important to automation. So pretty much every oil and gas company is looking at energy transition at some level, whether it's just basic scope 1 reporting to automation, fuel management, highline power, batteries, capacitors, in all of that. So what does that mean for automation? So when we are looking at automation, some of the key things that we are looking at managing is obviously machine performance depends on how much energy is available. When you look at energy optimization, you're trying to look at how many engines do I want to run, how much power would I have, try to optimize available power so you can reduce your energy costs, or at least reduce emissions due to energy. So in an environment where you're trying to have limited energy, the performance of the equipment and how you manage that becomes critical. Drilling process itself is a very spiky process in terms of energy consumption. So every time you take the blocks up all the way full speed, you get a huge spike of energy, and depending upon what rig you are, that can be more than one generator itself. So how do you manage that within the context of trying to be optimal in your energy usage? So stored energy obviously is another solution that people are coming up with, where you can reduce the size of this peak, what they call peak shaving. But again, if you have stored energy, either capacitors or batteries, you can manage that. If you don't have it, then it becomes a question of, are you doing time efficiency versus energy efficiency? So if you look at how fast you're moving up, if you reduce the acceleration even just by a little bit, you can knock off that peak and maybe not run 2 engines. You can limit it to 1 engine when you're tripping. But would operators be willing to give up that few seconds in order to do that? So energy planning has an impact on automation. So I just wanted to raise that as something that we need to think about. Obviously, geothermal, everybody's talking about geothermal. Everybody's working on geothermal to some extent. The higher temperatures that these pipes are going to come out of the hole are obviously going to impact how much automation you have on the rig floor. The mud, the temperatures of the mud is also going to force backyard automation. Today, we don't look at a lot of automation in our backyard, but this is something that's going to come on as we go into geothermal. So from a technology perspective, we look at automation technology at 3 different levels. Robotization or machine automation, process automation, and digital optimization, which we also call advisory automation. So from a machine automation perspective, we have a platform for sequencing the machines to execute tasks, and process is sequencing the tasks to execute a procedure. Right? So, and I'll go into a little bit more detail in all of that. So when we look at automation of machine tasks, the goal here obviously is clearing the red zones. So we've got a number of individual machines, whether they are pipe handlers or stabbing guides, doping machines, mud buckets, you name it. We've got automated equipment to do all of this. But what is important to note is if you're going to sequence automation at a higher level, then all of the individual tasks of these machines have to become in some way elemental tasks that are available as a library that you can sequence together and construct a whole big procedure. So that's what we have done with our machine automation layer, trying to define all these tasks, standardize the tasks, and create an automation library of individual tasks. The second thing I want to bring up here is collaborative robotics. When we talk about robotics and automation, generally the assumption is that the machine does things and the human is out of the way. And these days we have a lot of robots that are working together with humans. And so we need to think about an environment where the robots are helping the rig crew as opposed to just the rig crew coming completely off. So that may be a halfway solution that we may be able to exploit. So improved sensing, the sensing technology has come significantly in terms of what we can do. When we look at collaborative robotics, obviously you have to not only sense the equipment, but you also have to sense people. So there's lots of technology to do that, and obviously making it work on a drilling rig is another thing, but that's part of what we're looking at, whether it's vision, LiDAR, stereo vision, time of flight sensors. So there's a number of technologies that are available to help us do that. Edge AI and ML. So most of the AI technology that we look at right now are all in the cloud, servers, large machinery or computing power to execute. If you look at some of the embedded systems that have been released off late within the last 1 year, you have significant capability in embedded systems. So right now, NXP has a system on module that's about 1 inch by 3 inches that has a 4-core ARM processor, 2 teraflops, tera operations of a GPU plus an NPU, and it supports all your standard machine learning libraries from TensorFlow, PyTorch, all of that. And it all comes in a package at a cost of $63, right? So now the technology is coming to a point where we can take these modules and embed that into each of our machine controllers and probably get a level of AI that we weren't able to get before. So that, I think, is something that we're actively looking at it, and I'm sure others are too. So from a process automation point of view, we have developed a process automation layer where we can sequence all of our tasks based on best practices. So we are working to digitize both the operator and the service company's best practices in terms of how they want to execute it. Today, if you look at how instructions are given to the driller, either the well site superintendent or the crew chief for the service company, they walk up to the driller and they talk to them verbally about how they want them to tag bottom, how they want to start up pumps. All of these instructions are manually given to the driller. So we want to digitize those instructions and make sure that they're executed at the right time with the right instructions, keep a log of what instructions are actually executed. So that way we know whether the instructions were followed or not. So that's a process automation layer that we're developing. And one of the key points in process automation, particularly if you now want to take that into a collaborative automation where you're inviting service companies to come and participate in this, security becomes a big issue. Who's in charge of what task? When can they execute it? What parameters did they send? Did you execute those parameters, or did somebody else's parameters get executed? So that's something that we have built in to try to understand whose instructions are you executing. Well plan integration is another big piece. If you are executing one stand at a time, that's one thing. But if you want to look at full well automation, then you need to have a digital well plan, and you have to sequence your automation within that overall plan. So the last part of our framework is the digital optimization or the advisory automation. So here we build a digital well plan interface. So we're receiving the digital well plan. We are creating a sequence of how that well plan is going to be executed on our rig with whatever level of automation that's available on that rig. Not all rigs are built equal. So depending upon what automation is available on that rig, we will create a rig action plan, which goes to what Arnfinn was talking about too, which is taking a well plan and creating a rig action plan for execution. So when you're executing a process, there are a number of different expert service companies that can provide advisories, set points. And so we have an interface where the advisories can connect to the rig and provide them. So the advisors can be built into ourselves, or it can be at the edge through an edge service, or it could be remote. So the second part that I wanted to talk about was more infrastructure optimization. Today, if you want to build an automation system, obviously you need all the computing power, you need the edge AI, ML infrastructure, you need to build network security and communications. So one thought that I have is, can we create a rig execution or rig infrastructure cloud, a private cloud infrastructure, very similar to your Amazon or Azure or other systems, where there is a cloud infrastructure at the rig. And if a service company wants to come in and execute their optimization algorithm, they would spool up a virtual machine, which gives you access to whatever data you need and gives you access to the instructions that you can provide, and then you execute it. You can manage it remotely. You have access to it. So that's the kind of infrastructure that we are planning on implementing. We have the hardware infrastructure. We still have to go through some of the security issues involved in deploying that. So I won't spend too much on this, but obviously without talent, we have no execution on our part. And I think one of the things that we are seeing in the US is, Google has laid off 15,000 people. Amazon has laid off 15,000 people. Everybody seems to be laying off a lot of people, but our industry is not seeing a whole lot of those people coming in, because I don't know where they're going, but they're certainly not coming into our industry. So if we are going to attract that talent, whether it's from Google or Amazon or from the universities, we're going to have to change the perception of our industry. I think with the robots, the AI, ML, the digital twins that was discussed, I think there's an opportunity to do that. So one last thing that I wanted to mention in here is the drilling contractors have a significant role to play in automation. I personally don't believe that true collaborative automation is going to really become reality unless the drilling contractor becomes part of the story. So drilling contractors have to own the automation fabric, the whole infrastructure, the security, all of that has to be owned and provisioned by the drilling contractor. And from a contractor's perspective, this is something that is coming. Security is going to become an issue as cybersecurity awareness becomes more and more prevalent in our industry. So we need to take ownership of that and execute that. At DWIS, we have started up some working groups that is talking about trying to build interfaces, standards for such collaborative automation. So as contractors, there are a few on that group. I think more would be needed to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. So with that, we're going to take a short 20-minute break, and we will be back here in the room at 5 after. So thank you, and look forward to continuing the conversation afterwards.
to lead this off?
I mean, if you want to promote rival.
You right.
Yeah, just really.
I'm ready. If this is a decent spot. Hi, my name is Marcus Howell, and I am Director of Enterprise Business Development around innovation and emerging tech. And on behalf of Patterson UTI, we are proud to sponsor this live stream and get this to a broader audience. The SPE DSATS and the IADC art groups are both just very crucial initiatives for our industry. And we believe they're making great impacts, not only currently, but also the future landscape of our industry. So whether it's around pushing performance past preconceived performance limits, maybe it is around process automation, so consistency, repeatability, and then certainly it is improving the quality and the accuracy of our wellbores so that we maximize production and that reservoir recovery. But absolutely the most important is getting our people home safe to their families. And getting people out of harm's way. And, with that, we just, regardless of, the reason of your personal involvement, in these groups, we just want to say, thank you. Thank you for being a part of, driving, coordinating, and rallying around our innovation, our automation, and these, emerging solutions and overall advancement that our industry needs and demands. And lastly, just want to say, be proud, be proud of what you're doing for, your companies and our industry. And we should all be very proud to deliver reliable energy to a growing world. Thank you.
So, hello. So, my name is Erik, and I'm chief scientist at Norse. I've been working 18 years in the industry. And the last 19 years, I've been working in research. So I'm leading a subcommittee of SPE, which is called Drilling Data Quality and Certainty Description. And it's a subcommittee of both the SPE DSATS, but also the SPE Wellbore Positioning Technical Section and the SPE Drilling and Certainty Prediction Technical Section. So basically what we have is that in drilling, there's been a lot of very good work which has been done by the Wellbore Positioning Technical Section on describing uncertainty and manipulating uncertainty for wellbore position. But in other part of drilling, so there's been very little work which has been done to try to formalize uncertainty and how it's propagated. And even though everybody is complaining about poor data quality and uncertainty, is not really dealt with. So what we try to do in this subcommittee is to try to find some generic methods for working with drilling data quality uncertainty. So one of the methods that we have been using is based on so-called semantic graphs, and which is a very simple method, which is to collect facts about a concept. And these facts are easily described by very short sentences, which are predicates, where you have a subject, a verb, and an object. And if you collect all those facts, actually, you can try to do some deductions, and you can check a lot of information, and it is also computer interpretable. So the important things that we can do with these semantic graphs is that actually we need to define a vocabulary which is common for everybody, and then we can see how those facts can be utilized for understanding, for example, the workflows that are being used into drilling processes. So we also looked into the utilization of Bayesian network for the propagation of uncertainty. And we try to apply those methods for a couple of examples to show how actually in practice this is working. So one of those examples is about the multiple interpretation of equivalent mud weight and how different disciplines can utilize actually different definitions, and that you can reconcile of them by making sure that they expose the way they are working together with these equivalent mud weight definitions. So it's basically going back to this notion of transparency for information. Another domain is about geopressure management, where actually you have the description of the information for geopressure uncertainty. So the other things that I'm doing with is leading two work streams in the Davis subcommittee, which is the Drilling and Wells Interoperability Subcommittee. And it's to try to define a standard for interoperability at the rig site. So interoperability is very important because actually all the parties which are working together at the rig site that doesn't have a good way to communicate with each other. And because of that, so we try to set up mechanisms which allows for the different parties to exchange information seamlessly. And one of the things that we focus on is to try to have solutions which are as generic as possible, because we realize that if we have something which is too static, it may take actually many different versions all the time, and that may just jeopardize the adoption of the standard. So for this, we have looked into two different directions which are complementary. And one is to use interpretable capability descriptions for the capability of the automated drilling control system. And the other one is to use semantic graphs for the description of signals. So we're working together with the other work streams in the Davis initiative, and we are putting together a demonstration that that will be focused on ROP optimization. So we are very eager and working nicely together to try to get actually a nice demonstration which shows that actually many partners can work together on this notion of interoperability. So thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you happen to be on the planet. So my name is Roman Shore, and I'm an associate professor at the University of Calgary. I'm going to spend a few minutes with a little bit more information about that open source drilling community that Demetrius mentioned earlier this session. So being a professor, I'll take you back a little bit into history. So professors like talking about history and the background of everything. So back in 2018, a few kilometers from here, over at Prekestolen, Paul Pastasek from ExxonMobil launched this idea, or put forward a challenge about opening up everything that we do as modelers within the drilling community, and to actually open source and share our models. Because as journal reviewers, we had gotten sick of all the mass spring damper models of the drill string that we saw out there. So 2018, that was the challenge to open source all of our models. Now fast forward to today, the open source drilling community, you can visit us online at opensourcedrilling.org, has now launched a series of some of these models, and we also have a technical series where we are allowing people to pitch their models, talk a little bit more about what they're doing, and to help bring this idea of open source drilling and these open source models forward. So the goal of what we're doing right now is launching some of these models, but more importantly, trying to develop data sets that we can use to validate or benchmark these models. So these data sets are all forthcoming. The release information has been obtained from the companies that are providing them, but it's coming up shortly. So keep your eye on it. Go to our website, sign up for our listserv, and we'll be announcing when we release those. That, and also join us for our technical seminar series. The next technical seminar is coming up in 2 weeks. It'll be Eduardo Gilden from Texas A&M doing the second part of his introduction to GitHub. So how do we use GitHub for our modeling efforts? And then it'll be followed up by 2 presentations, one the week after, and one in April, talking about some of the work that Norse is doing. So Erik, who you just heard from, will be presenting. He'll be talking about his rheology models and also about how to launch a microservice. So please go to our website, opensourcedrilling.org, to find out more. And we hope to see you at some of our seminars. And if you're interested in volunteering for the committee, also please say that when you sign up for our mailing list. So thank you so much.
All right. Hello, everyone. And we're happy to see everyone tuning in live on the live stream. So Blaine and I just have some updates regarding the our subcommittees. And so we're going to go through that real quick. And so first off, I'm going to talk about our DCS subcommittee. And so they had a recent subcommittee meeting. Is it on? The last person was tall. Okay. Just a height issue here. Can hear me, they can't see me. Alrighty, so with the DCS subcommittee, they had a meeting last week, and so as Dimitrios said, there was the human factors and drilling automation program that was discussed in that meeting, and so everyone decided that the scope for that project was too broad, and so what we're going to be doing is the work group for that, as they work with DSATS, are going to break it into smaller chunks that are a little bit more digestible, so we can go through that new goal of getting through these things and getting deliverables to everyone. And then also the energy efficiency subcommittee, the emission reduction recommended practices. We did bring a status update to the onshore advisory panel. That occurred because it was given conditional approval, and so Constantine has been working on that, and we've got a document that is currently being circulated among the Advanced Rig Technology Committee. And so if you have someone on your team that would like to be involved in that project and look at that document, then come in contact with any of us, and we can get you plugged in and make sure that you or your organization has eyes on that. And I will hand it over to Blaine.
Hey there. I think Sarah covered pretty much everything. The only other thing I want to re-emphasize is our initiative to try and get DDR Plus rolled out, and also be prepared to accommodate the arrival of the new bits dull grading work that's gone on. And a key thing that is going to be important to make both of those a success is to make sure those two things talk to each other. And what we're going to be doing at the ART conference in September is actually spending probably one session, about an hour and a half, where we can do a live demonstration of how both the new bits dull grading works and how that affiliates or does not with DDR Plus, and then identify what needs to happen to make sure those things flow nicely together on rollout. So that's it for us. We're sad that you can't be here, obviously. There's a good crowd, and you don't know what you're missing, but we'll see you next time. Thanks.
All right. You did good too. We're done.
Thank you.
Hello, if we could get you to find your seats again, we'll get started. Hello, we're going to get started here again, so if you could please find your seats, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Hello. If everyone could please start going back to their seats, that'd be fantastic. We can continue on.
We need those bells. The theater bells, the ding, ding, ding. Have you seen the theater bells?
That's what they use in one of the conferences we have yearly in Stavanger as well.
Ah.
A large bell.
If everyone could keep coming on in closer to the front, that'd be great. All right. Okay, we're going to. Okay, we're going to get started with our next speaker. Rodenburg with Joop. 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 I was a Joop on the drill ship. Joop Rodenburg with Huisman. Joop is president of Huisman and an imaginative and truly innovative engineer. He led Huisman to develop, make, and sell a host of market-leading automated heavy machinery, the largest offshore cranes, offshore wind installation systems, pipeline laying, and onshore and offshore drilling equipment. Add in some specials like automated amuse park rides. Joop did not appreciate it when his employees crushed his old Volvo, but rejoiced when they replaced it with a used Jaguar.
Yeah, correct.
I think there's more to that story.
Yeah, it's a long story.
Okay.
Okay.
Podium is yours.
Yeah, okay. Well, at the moment, 78% of our business is coming from wind, installing wind farms. So the talk of today is all about emissions. And that's what drives us also to look at the drilling industry again. How can we improve here the system so you have less emissions? The driver today is emissions. That is at least my belief. So we have been continued looking at robotic integrated systems in order to reduce the zero emissions. You really have to look at different design. Really, you need a big design change to really make it happen, in our view. And the multipurpose tower, the MPT, is an enabler to do this, because this tower has a smaller footprint, has a lower center of gravity. It allows also higher speeds. That means less days per well. Also, we have an integrated heave compensating system in the tower, which we typically use in cranes. It saves a lot of power. And also it features a heave compensated floor. That means also you have more uptime, and all results in lower cost and lower emissions. This is where we're coming from, basically. You see here the typical drill tower, which everybody in this room knows. If you look at the functionality, then you see the top drive here. Here's the compensator, and here you see the drawworks. So what we did basically just change only the shape, replacing this structure by a different structure, put the compensators inside. The top drive is still here on this side, the traveling block, and the winch on the back side. It took us more than 25 years ago, we started with this, because this industry is, let's say, pretty conservative, say it in the right word, or traditional, without offending people. So this was the first tower, built in 2001. a single multi-purpose tower was built for Helix. In the meantime, we built 7 of those. And then later on, we did the dual MPT, dual multi-purpose tower, so dual activity. And here you see the tower. And all the equipment is basically inside the tower, and outside the tower is basically all the pipe handling equipment. So the first drill ships we did was for Grøtte, the Globetrotter ships. You see the wind load on these towers is about half compared to traditional. Also, the active heave compensation requires only about 10% compared to traditional ones. And you also see the drill floor is only 5 meters above deck. And you see deck space is even more. It's more than 10%. Although it's a compact drill ship, you have 10% more deck space. And it all results basically this whole design in half of displacement. And actually, initially people were very, well, who cares? But nowadays it's carbon dioxide is becoming the driver. So certainly this is now becoming a popular vessel. Noble is now also presenting it as a compact drill ship, which is not small, and also very effective. And you see here the comparison in carbon dioxide. You see this, the emissions here are 64 ton per day. A traditional vessel is close to 150 ton per day. So on a yearly basis, these two ships reduce 60,000 ton carbon dioxide per year. This is all data from Noble. So you see now certainly people start thinking about carbon dioxide, which was not the case in those days. When we designed it, we looked at how can we reduce fuel consumption, make it more efficient. Nowadays, it's carbon dioxide. So we use only half the fuel consumption. So what we did then after this one, we wanted to further improve it. And we built in our own yard a complete multi-purpose tower. It's called HIT, Huisman Innovation Tower, where we are testing all the new technologies. And it's well, the biggest tower in the world, I think. Hook load 3.6 million pounds. And we're running here with 180 feet stands. And we run it, measured 3,600 feet per hour. So it's really extremely fast when you see it. It's completely robotic. It is auto slips. Everything is automated. Nobody's touching any pipe. The tower also can swing because you want also to simulate the vessel motion. So the tower can swing plus minus 5 degrees in 10 seconds. So if you're on the top of the tower, you really get sick. I can tell you that. Yeah, it's people think I'm a bit crazy, but I slowly start believing I am by doing this. But see, you can test really all the automation and learn from here and then put it on the next vessel. We also have in the tower a compensator, but it's a passive active compensator. What you do here, you balance the load basically with nitrogen and then you need only a very small winch to activate it. So you need about 10% of the power for do active heave comp. And all the stuff is inside the tower, so nothing is outside. And well, we just typically do this on cranes. So this saves a lot of energy. It's about 10% of about 10 megawatt, then you need only 1 megawatt and less wear and tear because it's completely enclosed. How simple can it be? But you see it, if you can't see the tower, I will show it to you. So we had visits from the Chinese, and they are more open to no technology as the Western world. And they liked it, and they said, okay, I buy one. So we did. So this was delivered to Kossel more than a year ago. It's more than a year ago in operation. And you see typically a dual tower on a semi-submersible. Unfortunately, I was not able to get the floor to 0. It's still 2 meters because the vessel designer didn't want to help me. But okay, the next one will be completely flush with the floor. But you see a comparison to traditional derrick. You see half of the wind load, of course. It's all robotics, dual activity. And yeah, this is really also the future. And you see the Chinese are more open-minded than this industry sitting in this room here. Huh? Nobody says anything. And we commissioned it in COVID time. Can you imagine how this was? Extremely difficult. So our Chinese employees who never seen a rig before were commissioning it, all by remote. Yeah. Okay, and then the next step, of course. So what's next? Next step is that we want to increase the efficiency by putting more robotics on. So all the pipe handling is completely robotic. Well, this is actually what our life is basically. And also what we are doing here, is we are connecting basically the drill floor to the seabed. So we have passive cylinders pushing up the floor, putting an uplift, and then you make a cable connection from the top of the riser to the floor, and basically then you're mechanically connected to the seabed. So there's no sensors, nothing, it's just mechanical connected, and the floor is stabilized. And we can do that because the guide of the floor is the mast. We did it on the Globetrotting. You see there also removing the floors, and it's completely guided by the mast. So the mast here is an enabler to guide the floor. So that's why you can do this. So it's a flush floor when it's not working, and well, it's completely hands-off. All the pipe handling is completely hands-off. Nobody is touching pipe anymore. We also have a special crane for offloading, a 3D motion compensated crane. Well, I can tell stories about that, but I don't have time for that this time, I understand. Also for offloading vessels in a much more efficient way as how it's done today. So we have lower cost and lower emissions per well. We can do the same basically on drill ships, the same technology, whether it's on the semi-sub or drill ships make no difference. So we connect the floor also here to the seabed, and you have no influence from the motions. And we analyzed it with a well-known drilling contractor in Norway, all the data. So we worked together with him to analyze everything to see whether we were right or wrong, whatever. So we thought, if you look at when we did it on DP mode, you see that we looked at the 6th generation semi. The number of days they had on well was 74 days, and we did first one was 61 days because of all the automation and of course other tricks you saw. Carbon dioxide emission 30%, more than 30% less, and also lower cost per well, significant. And when you're mooring mode, it's even better. Then you have even less emissions. And if we connect a wind turbine next to it, then we almost have 0 emissions. As I told you, we are in the middle of the wind turbine industry, so we know how to do this. And yeah, so you have significantly less time for well and significantly lower cost, and of course hardly any emissions if you hook it up to the wind turbine. Small animation. You see the pipe handling. It's a very small one because I had no time, so I had to reduce it. So we have a long animation somewhere else, but so you see the rig is moving and the floor is not moving, so it's look like drilling from land. So everybody in this room knows the benefits when you don't have motion. So, conclusion is quite clear, I think. The robotic design, the robotic system gives you a high efficiency, the unique hoof compensated floor, no more people touching pipe, and of course, then we also can have hybrid power from a wind turbine or whatever. And then we significantly save amount of people on board. We can take off about 40% of the people. This is all verified by this drilling contractor. Increased safety, of course, and 25% lower cost per well. And of course, lower emissions and able to drill the undrillable. So let's get it done. That's it.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Erik Zachariasen with StimLine. Erik spent the first 25 years of his career developing drilling equipment, drilling control systems, and onshore operations centers. He co-founded StimLine, where he's Chief Technology Officer, with the goal of exploiting knowledge and experience from digitalization of drilling and applying it to completion and intervention operations. Erik believes all electric, autonomous wireline equipment can be delivered for land and offshore. So with that, love to hear more, Erik. Podium is.
Thank you. Thank you. So I was asked to talk about by DSATS about automation of interventions. And there has been mentioned today earlier, also what can be done within interventions. And where are interventions really when it comes to automation? And one thing that's for sure, it goes slow. Just as I guess for drilling too, it has its challenges. Obviously, in certain georegions, very little has happened. Other places, like in the North Sea, yeah, there's a lot of things, a lot of things going on. Especially there's a big push from the energy companies to go into the fully automated, maybe even the autonomous operations of intervention. So it is an interesting space to be in. We're also involved in North America in the completion side, more on the software side, and so we see a little bit of what's happening there too. There are signs of things being more integrated, more operated, more integrated and more automated, but definitely what's happening here in the North Sea is, I think, is what is the most interesting part. So what drives future interventions operations? Obviously, mechanical machinery is sort of on the bottom of a ladder. That's what we have in many georegions, purely mechanical intervention machines with no control systems at all. Then we have automation, or what people call automation, or I don't know if that is automation, as basically intervention equipment with control systems. Where the control system support the operation by the guy on the joystick in the unit. But still, there is something, and this is maybe where most of the North Sea also still is. And then we have digitalization, which is today still quite disconnected from what's happening on the well side. Because when you look into where we're going, the three things needs to be very interconnected, especially if you're going all the way to autonomous interventions. So what we call these things are different steps are, I mean, the lower part is hardware, then hard tech, and then we have the software-driven part of automation within intervention. And clearly, the most important thing here is the software part. This is where the intelligence comes into the picture. In our view, the other things are local automation or control system support on the well site. And to integrate those together, that is where the future lies. And I will talk a little bit more about that later, why that is so important. Because this is when you combine those three, this is where you get the opportunities for new business models, where you get the opportunity for strategic opportunities and autonomous operations. Because what we mean by digitalization is that the knowledge and the goals and objectives from the planning phase of the operation is transmitted down to the equipment, so it can actually execute the goals and the plans of the plan, of the digital well plan. Because equipment that are without that knowledge, or that doesn't have that as an input to their planning, that will never be able to do a fully autonomous operation. Especially this is important in intervention, because the hole is actually already there. And perhaps there has been many different trips into the well by separate companies, by separate at separate occasions. And the ones that has the best knowledge are the ones that are actually able to capture all that data in a structured, proper digital workflow. So we see that in new business models. We see alliances coming up. We see where different service companies and oil companies are working together. We see strategic opportunities where different tools provider maybe within a service company are getting together to offer a better product. And we see all this also leading into work within autonomous operations. And one example is here from AkerBP's onshore operations center, where the planning, the execution and analysis of all the operations being performed by SLB and StimLine services are part of this digital data-driven workflow. Stimwell is provides the simulation vessel. SLB is doing all the coil and wireline, and AkerBP is obviously the energy company. And there's a bonus sharing scheme within this. And why can I do that? Because everything is integrated in one digital system that basically drives this, the planning. The operational instruction or the digital well plan is being generated based on standard operating practices. All the different inputs that comes from the different data sources are connected into this system. And when the job has been done, there's unambiguous what happened, because all the data has been collected. It's available for all the stakeholders here to view and review. So this drives not only this operation center here, where the different companies are situated on shore, but also what's happened on the rig, where they all get access to exactly the same data from the same system, which is the engine in this motor. But automation, what is automation? And we had this discussion, and probably there are somewhere a definition of what is automation also in the drilling and the interventional drilling and well space. But we have had so many debates, even inside of our company, what is automation and what is autonomy? My God, when you start talking about that, then people spread that around like, you know. So we actually, this is stolen from the car industry. They have a definition of self or autonomy in vehicles. So what we did, we basically adjusted that a little bit, so it fits better to what we believe or to our purpose. And clearly there are level 0 operations, just like we talked about a few slides ago. And then it increases in terms of what the system is able to do. But still, for level 0 to 2, the human is in control, and you get more and more support from different functions, either locally or through a pretty nice plan being generated somewhere else. Still, a lot of these operations around, even in North Sea, is done. The planning is done on paper, and there's no digital exchange of this. But still, I mean, people get by, and they do that based on certain supported level 2. In our view, there are examples in the North Sea where you are quite high on the level 2 scale. There are projects now, for instance, that are trying to develop fully autonomous coil tubing operations, and other projects trying to develop also further down the line on intervent or on wireline. So maybe we're high on level 2 here on certain operations, but the majority of the North Sea intervention is still somewhere low on level 2. So where can we get to? I think within maybe a few years, somewhere on level 3 is definitely possible. There has been mentioning of AI technologies, bigger integration between the different parts of the system, especially more connection between the digital well plan and what happens on the actual unit in terms of automation and how that is decomposed and realized. That will drive this. But further down, I think that's into the future somewhere. Getting to level 5, I think that's far-fetched. I think especially because there are quite a lot lack of good sensor technology. I mean, the amount of money being spent to develop sensor technology for self-driving cars is massive. We will not get that kind of funding for censoring sensors in the intervention space for sure. So anyways, this is a way of maybe defining what is automation and what is autonomy, which we think is pretty neat, and which sort of gives us a roadmap of where we want to go and how we want to do it. So back to this, or the objectives and the workflows. It's become more and more clear that, especially for more advanced interventions, there are actually two workflows, and there are sort of, before me, there has been a lot of people has said this, I think, in different words, but the energy company drilling intervention workflow is getting more, based on the digital technology, is getting more and more structured. It's structured in a digital way. And that horizontal workflow that happens at the energy company becomes more and more intelligent. There's more and more data being available. I know that some larger service companies will see they can do everything for an operation, and certainly they can do in certain georegions. But here in the offshore industry, I think the cost of drilling and the value of the well over so many years where it's producing is so important or so vital for the energy company that workflow will only be more and more developed. And we see that how the energy companies are investing in digitalization projects like Arnfinn was talking about, by integration of different data sources, by sort of doing all this in a much more lean way or active way in terms of getting that workflow to work. And then there's the rig side execution workflow too. Now, obviously, with development of digital well plans that are really good, that is also being more and more digitalized or more and more automated. But at least to us, it's been clear and clear that the two workflows, they need to be connected, but they will never be the same. And it can be sort of shown in this way too, where you have a data-driven collaboration platform, which is connected to all these different sources, where you do the planning, the execution analysis, and you do the continuous optimization cycle based on what's happening or the data you gather from the operations. And you have collaborative work surfaces where the different stakeholders are working in the same environment, or they're working in different environments on the same data. You have ability to do remote operations somewhere in this system. But anyways, that planning and digital planning that's happening at this level needs to be to be able to push that down to the automation system on the wireline, coil, or drilling for that sake, because that has to decompose that plan and make that into machine instructions so the actual equipment can move. The digital well plan has the goals and objectives, what the oil company really need to do or want to do to carry out the work as fast, as risk-free, and as effective as possible to meet the objectives, whether it is to open a well or set a plug for better production, or whatever. It is the way that intelligence in that plan is transmitted down, which is important, because that intelligence up there, that will all increase in the years to come, because there's more data available, there's more modeling available, there's more deep analytics available, and that will just fuel this. And I think personally that is one of the things that will drive automation, is that the workflow on the top here will be so intelligent that it actually can tell the equipment on site to work better or to operate better. So this will drive, in a way, a much better method selection. What type of intervention do I do to do this the best way? Because of this knowledge. It will increase the efficiency of generating digital well plans, and reduce the time to take to do that. It'll create continuous optimization loops, feedback loops, as it can be called. And it will also be able to make the real-time applications on the actual unit perform better. I call this automated intervention control. I stole that, or mimicking the drilling side, because it's, in a way, it's very similar, but with the difference that you are working with the intervention equipment, which in one way is simpler because there's no jointed pipe. On the other hand, you are conveying a 4mm OD wire 5,000 meter into the well, and it can be challenging for sure. So if you have the same picture in a way, but shown differently, there are these digital collaboration platform that exists. It does all this. It does planning, execution, has job modeling for wellbore hydraulics, tubing and forces, heat transfer, and there are analytics function that works on this. It generates a digital well plan. There are coiled tubing and wireline equipment that actually has a pretty nice control system, and that can actually has sort of what it needed to be applied in autonomous ecosystem. What is not there is an interface between the digital collaboration platform and the coiled tubing wireline system, which is standardized. And and you guys have talked about this earlier. And I think that's one of the things that actually hurts this industry a lot, that the development of these technologies are expanding so fast. The technologies and the application and the software development go so fast that the standards are not able to follow up. Anyways, I haven't seen, I mean, I know there's IADC codes, there are DVs, and there are different initiatives in industry, but so far it has not been able to catch up with the development of this ecosystem. So what happens now is proprietary interfaces. On the other hand, a lot of these APIs can now be made much more open, much more simpler than before. So it's not necessarily proprietary, very difficult thing that everybody has to agree upon. You can adapt. But it would be nice to have a standard, because then you could, you didn't have to sort of combine these two as one system. You can actually have development of automated intervention control capable equipment and development of digital collaboration platforms independently, and they will all work together. Because what is needed here is that when this plan comes down here to this box here, the plan needs to be decomposed immediately, continuously. It needs to be able to, the sequence engine needs to be able to set the instruction for how to move the conveyance in the well immediately. It needs to be able to orchestrate the data from different apps that is part of this, because these apps is obviously what also adds a real-time intelligence on the unit. The plan that's been made before you start to operate is a plan. The only thing we know about the plan is not 100% correct. So all the corrections that is happening on the well needs to be taken care of by apps that is in this space. But that has to see what is in the overall goals and objectives of the plan. So the point I'm trying to make is that this is important to do, that this decomposition is based on the standard, because once you can do that in real time, then you can also return the data back to the digital collaboration platform in the real time. And that's when you really start to have an integrated intelligence system that can actually travel down the ladder of autonomous operations. Here it goes. So what are the barriers and what are the opportunities in data-driven automated intervention operations? Barriers, APIs, or standards that makes the rig site and the workflow on top to talk to each other. Rig site equipment, many ways are not up to the standards. Even in the North Sea, there are 20-year-old equipment still running wireline operations. Obviously, R&D and development costs, trust in automation. There are, And understanding the value of automated operations interventions. There are many companies that doesn't understand why we should do this. I mean, and then I talk about energy companies, but especially up here, as I said a few times, the push is getting quite tough on this, and several companies are working on this. And contracts, obviously, alliances, business models, etc. But that's also opportunities. Integrated collaborative workflows. You can see different service companies with different expertise working together in a bucket, and then sort of providing that service to the industry. Integrated operations, rig side manning, of course, getting the amount of people on offshore to be reduced, driven by digitalization, definitely more digitalization and automation, but still both. Another opportunity, apply data science, definitely, and more autonomous interventions. That was me. Thank you.
Thank you, Erik. Our final speaker for the day is Knut Inge Dahlberg with Baker Hughes. Knut has more than 20 years of oil field experience across engineering, operations, sales, and marketing of a range of well construction and intervention services. He is now Baker Hughes Global Manager for Plug and Abandonment. His colleagues' significant development in drilling systems automation opens the door to big opportunities in application to plugging and abandonment. Knut, podium is yours.
Thank you. You can hear me as well? That's good. So thank you for the introduction, and thank you for letting me participate here today. And it's really good to see that many people attending here. I'm going to talk a little bit about digitalization of P&A. That's a pretty large area, so I'm just going to talk about some aspects of it. To let you guys know a little bit about P&A, it's actually a pretty large industry. The next 10 years, most of the investments will be in Europe. And the industry is expecting to spend around $85 billion the next 10 years. And it will then grow the next 20, 30, and 40 years. Out of that $85 billion, 45% is actually what's happening in the wells. There is, of course, a lot drive to get that cost down, because it's the operator's cost, it's my cost, it's actually all of you cost. It's us taxpayers that's paying most of this. So with that, there is, of course, that drive to get the cost down. So by 2030, the aim is actually to get that cost down by 35%. And that's by technology, that's with new solutions, alternative barrier materials, digitalization, automation, and a lot more. But digitalization and automation is key for us in this business to get down this cost. So how do we approach P&A today? Most of the steel we're actually running into the well with a drill pipe is actually dumb steel. It's you can rotate it, you can set weight down, and you can use flow on it. But not much of it we can actually do on demand with. And most of the parameters we're using is actually what we have at the surface. We're not using most of the information we have down in the ground, where we're actually doing the operations. So our procedures and what we're doing is actually what we have learned from surface data, and what I have an experience, what you have an experience. But we're not doing that with the data downhole. So for instance, I can feel that milling a packer, I need 5 tons on it and 120 RPM. But you mean that your experience is, no, I need 2 tons and 140 RPM. Both of those can be correct if you're on the right application, but you actually don't have that data. You actually don't know what's going on down in the well. And each well is different. And when it comes to data, we use limited of the data we're actually gathering when we're making our wells. So when you then come back to doing the P&A, you don't have all the data to actually take the decisions you need. So you need to gather more data before you actually can do your P&A. And experience is normally from people to people and company to company. We don't have a global platform where we actually share that experience. And then what the regions are doing is different regulations as well. So in one region and another region, they can do it completely different, even if it's the same application and the same operations they're doing. So we are not talking that well into the industry. So our industry today has a lot of solutions, as been said earlier today by Ryan. Like drilling is a lot ahead of us. They do have optimization, they do have sensors, they do have downhole data that we actually can use when we're down in the well with what I just said, our dumb steel. So we actually can understand what's going on in the well. And in Baker today, we have implemented software with algorithms where we put in the old data, the new data, so we know more how we're going to set up for different applications when we plan the job, execute it, and also what we learn afterwards. So that means we take live data from the well and also surface data, adding it to the program. And by that, when we start a new well or our operations, our field hands then plots in, or engineering plots in what we're actually going to do. And it comes out a recommendation out of experience from data down in the well. So it's no longer that I do what I think is best and the other do what they think is best. You now actually have data to do it. For myself, I actually experienced downhole data 8 years ago. I was leading a large slot recovery P&A project, and 3 of the wells were really similar. We had 3 packers at 4,500 meters that we needed to mill away, and we needed them to get access and place a barrier. The 2 first well was done in 16 hours and then 20 hours. That looks good into our procedures and the field hands and everything. And then we use downhole data. The same we take from drilling services they are using today, but with software more into intervention. We struggle, of course, with our offshore hands to willingly use the downhole data because they have used the whole career, they actually used the surface data. But what we saw when we started milling this, we milled the third one in 2 hours. And for me, that was like a little shocking that, hey, here we need to do something. We need to start getting that downhole data. We need to gather that experience, and we actually need to share that. So by gathering data, putting it into a system, we can now have a roadmap when we're actually starting on our operations. Instead of using experience for single persons and companies, we now have actually data to use it on. So when we make a well today, we're getting a lot of data. But how do we actually use it? How do we gather it? And how do we share it that we can plan a well in the end and use that data instead of starting back again to have new data. We need reservoir data, we need integrity data before we start planning our P&A. And most of the solutions are out there today that we can actually gather this data. For instance, you drill a new well. You drill out, you put your casing, you do your cement job, then you drill out your cement and you continue for the next section. But you actually don't have the integrity of that cement, because for the industry to do that, they actually need to spend time rigging up wireline, doing that logging, and then rigging down wireline again and continue drilling again, because we don't have ultrasonic on drill pipe. We do have now in the industry, with what I'm showing here, that's the first in the industry now, where we actually now can log with ultrasonic, log the integrity of the well when we're drilling, and use that data, store it to have it in the end of the well. By having downhole data and being able to find barrier, top of cement, where the settled barite is, and casing integrity, when we are on slot recovery P&A, we can then actually optimize when we are in the well as well. And not only use the data we had before we started. So it's more options for us now by having more tools, solutions, and together getting that data that we need. So the key is, what I think for the industry is, when we are drilling and making new wells, for the old wells, that's already gone. We need to start gathering that data from the well, from the reservoir, from the integrity we have in the well, and put that into a system. So when we start planning our P&A again, we actually have the data needed to be more efficient. So how can digitalization of P&A help us? Leverage the data to plan better, execute and share experience. With digitalization and automation, we will get better technology, we will get solutions. Efficiency will go up by having data, by sharing data. We can then plan before the well and optimize in the well. For us, when we're doing now slot recovery here in Europe, some areas is actually spending up to 40% of its time for that new well that's going to make on P&A, because the focus has been on optimizing drilling. That's where we put in our focus on getting fast drilling, and we're actually now spending almost half of our time P&A-ing before we now can go out. So by getting data and getting more information, we can now lower that time on the P&A so we can get our wells faster up and production up. Also by digitalization and automation, we can go more remote, so we can have less people than on the rig floor, and the HSE risk, of course, then goes down. And by optimizing, doing faster operations, the emission would also go down. We have, as I said, a lot of systems in drilling for optimization, data that we easily can convert now into what we're doing in P&A and slot recovery. And with that, we will also be able to lower our costs for us all as taxpayers. We're starting to do a lot of CO2 storage around as well, where we used all reservoirs. With those reservoirs, before you inject any CO2 into it, you actually need to P&A them. So that's the first thing you actually do. So when you have a project, if you're able to have data and have the correct information to do that P&A faster, you will actually also lower your cost on the CO2 storage projects. When it comes to drilling and making a well, the industry is more competing against each other. So it's not that easy to share all the information. But P&A, that is cost. So it should be a lot more easy for the whole industry actually to share that data and drive the cost and efficiency up. Yeah, I think that's what I had. Should I just stay up here?
Yes, please. Thank you, Knut. We could have the panelists please have a seat at the table. We will begin the discussion part of today's symposium.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So, I will legally present you.
Great. Well, gentlemen, thank you for taking the time today to spend with us discussing all things well construction automation. With that, I'd like to just start with the first question. Would you, and we'll start here with you, Joop, could you please give a clear example of how automation has impacted the performance of your operations?
Well, yeah, there are many examples. So where do I start? Well, let's start with land drilling. We also built, we also in geothermal. We built land rigs for drilling oil and gas, but also especially for geothermal. And we have built a super single rig, and we are now tripping 38 stands per hour. That's more than 500 meter, 550 meter per hour. And that's pure automation. Nobody's there, just one guy pushing a button, and it fully goes automatic. Yeah, we have more examples also. What I showed you also in the normal rig, people now really start understanding. It took a long time before people see the step changes, but now also they see the value of having a lot of automation there and less people. But it's a hard way to, you know, to change people's mind.
Yes. Yeah. And you, Pradeep, if you could please provide an example.
I think one of the best examples I can give is related to directional drilling. I think this would be more your process automation. So we have been able to create an automated process to capture the operator's best practices so that we can have directional drillers sitting in their office and be able to manage multiple wells and create efficiencies. Okay.
Thank you. And how about you, Arnfinn?
Well, I'm thinking on the engineering side, actually, that we've been able to automate a lot of the design process. That is an enabler to change the way we work. Also to liberating the data and making sure that design data is available for the rig contractors so that they can do the fully automating the steps that they're doing on their drilling machines.
Okay. And Erik?
At least one thing that is published a lot is Equinor's success with automatic drilling control, running Secal's models and reducing the amount of sidetracks by 40%. I mean, I can't remember how many 100 millions they claimed they were saving, but that's one really good example of how automation or this whole process can actually have a significant contribution. The other is also, I would mention planning. I mean, intervention planning from 30 days to 1 day, like AkerBP is doing. it's significant because you can then increase the number of candidates you are actually doing the planning on. And then, one day in the future, you have these autonomous intention systems then, running into the wells when the whole process tells you that now it's time to go in and do this and that.
Mm-hmm.
That's sometimes into the future. But anyways, reducing the time to plan is, saves money, but also increase the chance of doing the right thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you, Knut?
Oh, you have the large integrated contracts that are here now in the North Sea, where we've taken most of the personnel actually then from the rig side and put them into control rooms, where we are now actually doing it from the computer side and actually doing the wells and planning it from there. And also the program I talked about, where we're using some algorithms in our intervention space, where we put it into casing exits as well, where we are milling, because we saw that some casing exits we used like 2 and 3 trips, where we now having the live data going into the system and it's actually feeding our people what they are going to do. So our last now, I think 14 casing exits have now been 1 trips. So being able to use that data and optimize lively with parameters to our people.
Okay, great. So let's start with Arnfinn on this question, and we'll go to Pradeep after. What would you say are some of the challenges in wellbore construction automation that have been solved, but are still considered a challenge because the best solution has not been found or applied?
Well, I think many of us has been on the same journey to try and establish, one platform to solve them all, or to have one data center for everything. And I think where we are on AkerBP on this side is that we need to find ways to interconnect the platforms that we are using. So I think that's really the new strategy, to have more a multi-tenant approach, to let the different platforms evolve in their own speed, and to make sure that they are interconnected. That also goes all the way down to OT and to the automation layer. So I think we're on the verge now of a breakthrough on that, and I think the industry is starting to understand that that's maybe an easier approach than to try and collect everything in one place.
Okay, and you, Pradeep?
I think from an automation perspective, there is still a question of business model. If you look at land rigs, where you've seen an end-to-end automation is mostly done either an effort taken up by the contractor, or the effort, a platform deployed by a OEM provider, but it's sold to the contractor. So the contractor has to be a player in this automation for it to be successful. So I think that buy-in is not universal.
Okay. Anyone else have a comment to add to that?
Yeah, well, I was recently used to visiting the major operators, and I've really seen there's a change now in their mindset since many years, that really talk about emissions, that's really now in their head. But I also mentioned to them, well, your business model is also not very favorite to get improvement, because you get the fuel for free and all that kind of, they realize that, so they're thinking now how to do that. But they also mentioned to me, they would like to have, one of the operators said, I like to have heave compensation active mode. But the drilling contractor, he doesn't like it because it's a lot of wear and tear on his cables and his winches. So he goes passive. But it's a day rate business, so why should I go to active if I have a lot more damage? That type of dialogue is going on now in the industry. That was in the past not the case, but now I see really that's a change, that people really like to have a better performance. But now the downside is the business model is not, in my view, the optimum way.
Okay. Erik, did you want to add anything to that? You made a face. That's why I wouldn't ask the question. So that's why
my mind was drifting off actually. So Yeah, I still think that the industry, as we're talking about, is really understanding the value of integration, or these different how to work together closely. And I think that's an example of that push is just being driven by not only mostly because of the software and how you can do this in software today. That's what actually drives this more than other things. So yes, business models, contracts, alliances, all these things. But I think especially the technology is driving the industry to this in this race more than anything else, actually.
Okay. So question up for grabs. Anyone wants to go first on this one? Industry has started to challenge the value proposition of drilling systems automation. Some applications have been described as test cases. Has a value proposition for drilling systems automation been proven?
I think it's been proved. I can take one shot. I think it's been proven in very narrow domains. But when we talk about drilling systems automation, or at least in DSATS and other groups, we're looking at a slightly broader definition of automation. And I think that is still something that we need to work on, particularly if we want all of the parties to collaborate in that automation.
Mm-hmm. So how do we, I guess, further or encourage that collaboration?
We certainly need standards that address concerns of the equipment owners, because equipment owners are the ones that would be concerned about wear and tear and liability of people and personnel, equipment. So we need to come up with interfaces that can address some of those concerns.
Yeah, and I think also us as operators, it's very important that we push the openness when we are building collaborations and working with different contractors. And also, one of the principles we've had for a long time is that everything we build, we push that into the industry. We're not building it for AkerBP. We're trying to build for the industry. And I think that perception is a good way and should help to accelerate more of us.
So how has, in AkerBP's case, how has the company kind of overcome some of those challenges and encouraging that collaboration?
Well, I think that it's a strategy, and for AkerBP, this is it's a top-down approach, but it's also a bottom-up approach. And we've used alliances for a long time, and we see that this is not a simple task. This takes years to solve some of these challenges. So it means you need to have some stamina, you need to have some commitment to actually do this. So we're still on this journey and committed to it.
Okay. So certainly touched on this a moment ago. How big of a challenge does interoperability remain after years of identifying it as a key roadblock?
Well, again, I think that the technology runs faster than the standards, really. Even though you have some attempts as the OSDU platform, which may be interesting, but still needs a lot of work to have definition for all. It is very difficult. I don't have an answer for that. I think as the industry has done today, more or less, got by just doing what's necessary. And in one way, that's what you have to do. On the other hand, you are not able to then develop an elaborate way of interfacing, right? Because you just do what you need to do for this project or this product or whatever. So it's sad, but I think that it's a big challenge. And then that is one thing. The other thing is a bit level. Are you talking about interoperability? Is it on the rig, on the drill floor? Is it between the drill floor and applications? Is it between applications real time and the big ecosystem on top? Which part of the operability are you talking about? It's a massive challenge. So but I think all the work that is being done by, and I don't know everything I should know about it, I guess, from DSATS and the other is I mean, it's admirable, but I think it's a challenge to come to one global standard that solves it all. I don't think that will happen.
Okay, so price of oil question here. It's been said that $30 oil, there's no money for R&D or specifically automation. And at $100 oil, the priority is simply to fund the building projects and move on. What about at $75 or $80 a barrel oil? What are your thoughts on how oil prices have affected the trajectory of automation? And we'll start with Joop.
Well, we go to another industry. When the oil price was $10 in 1986, we had no work at all. There was totally nothing. And then I decided, well, I go in the leisure industry, and then we built all kinds of systems for the leisure industry, like motion compensated platforms, and then later on roller coasters. And this point of time, up to 1985, 2015 was okay. And then the whole market collapsed. We built a lot of pipeline systems, and then totally after that, zero. And now we're completely in the wind industry. So complete change of the industry. And now we're going in. We are now in the wind, 70-80%. And over 5 years, everybody has his equipment in the wind, and then we probably go back to drilling. I don't know. It's the world, huh? And we also, by the way, in nuclear. By the way, we are investing in a company and we looking for different solutions. It takes 5 years, but at least you have to always think ahead, because the oil price, I cannot influence the oil price.
Right.
So I only can influence what's next. So it makes fun.
Okay.
Otherwise it gets boring. Yeah.
So Knut, with your area being the P&A, curious with the price of oil and that fluctuation, and then you add to that the automation challenge. What is the impact there?
Yeah. Sorry, let me continue.
Oh, no, that was just, yeah.
No, so if the oil prices is high or low, we're still doing work and we need to continue going forward. Of course, with some will cut in their budget on R&D when oil prices are low. But I think the most of us that's here has also been in this industry for some time, and we know it goes up and it goes down. If you stop totally when it's down, then you're not the next step when it goes up again. So at least for our sake, we continue developing even if it's lower price.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Pradeep or Anju?
I think if you look at automation for the sake of automation, then you will be susceptible to prices of oil. But I think automation should be looked at more from a point of view that it adds efficiency and provides value in some way to whoever's paying for it. I think without that value, we'll always be talking about, is there money for automation?
Okay. You have.
Yeah, I won't get out of this one. So, yeah, well, I think that's one of the things that we've learned through the last years is that when it comes to digital and also automation, there's been enormous amount of initiatives. So what we've done the last years is to try and establish a more end-to-end strategy where there actually is a strategy what we want to change. And the one thing that we know we can't control is the oil price. So by establishing this and more alliances, it gives some foresight to everyone that's involved in what we're doing to make sure that we have a steady pace and that we don't lose people in these type of programs. Mm-hmm. But yes, it does have impact.
Okay, great. So in a world that is increasingly focusing more and more on the energy transition, what can be done to ensure that automation efforts continue to receive the funding and investment dollars? Is there, and this perhaps speaks to something that you've said earlier, Joop, a role for rig automation and an opportunity for rig automation, just automation in general, in the energy transition?
Well, I think I showed you that if you really look at the big picture, the holistic view, at how we're going to drill a well, and we are not the downhole experts, but if you look at all the handling, everything on the platform, you can make a huge change. We already made a big change, but now with the tower we have sitting in our yard, we're proving actually that you can go much further with all the handling systems. And that I showed you that you can save, by making all the pipe handling automated, you save about 40% on the rig people. And that's also safety issues, of course, so they're gone. And it saves also energy because everything goes faster. And then also other solutions, like I said, the motion compensated floor, that you have you have less downtime. It helps everywhere. Everything, if you can look at the big picture to the whole thing and where can I add value, then I think you can gain a lot. The problem is only this industry is, let's say, pretty traditional, sorry to say. So not easy to get people really, along with it. If I look at the wind industry, for instance, there's a lot more risk taking there in that industry. And this is an extremely conservative industry compared to other industries I'm working in. So that's why it takes so long time. But I don't give up.
Pradeep, I know that Nabors has made some additional forays into geothermal drilling. And I'm just curious, what your position is on, rig automation or just automation and in the energy transition.
The energy transition initiatives have actually increased the levels of automation as far as we're concerned. When we went into looking at fuel management, engine management, we worked on an AI-based engine management solution, which is an automated solution. So there's pockets of automation that energy transition will start to fuel automation in the rig in general.
Okay. And Knut, you mentioned in your presentation the P&A needs for a CCUS type well, CO2 storage. Curious with, again, same question, do you see additional automation dollars kind of flowing that way to assist and help in that process, particularly for wells earmarked for CCUS?
Yes, there are focusing in that, and also getting it more automatic, getting more processes for that, and getting the cost down for it. So for us, we're focusing a lot on that, on the energy transition, and we're putting R&D money into that. Yeah.
Okay, great. So when talking about automation in the oil field, many people think of the iron, the machines and the equipment, but not the process and supervisory automation. And this is a question for Pradeep or Arnfinn or even Erik. Where do you see process and supervisory automation playing a role?
As I noted in my presentation, we look at machine automation, process, and advisory. So when we started to look at automation, I did an informal poll with our customers, with service companies, and contractors, service companies, operators have very different notions of what automation is. Yes. So contractors talk about machine automation, where you want to get the personnel off the red zone, whereas service companies are looking at on-bottom rotating automation or the service that they're providing, whether it's MPD or casing running or directional drilling. So there's automation in that. So as we've been working through process automation, machine automation, there's a very tight coupling between process automation and the machines they use to do this automation. So it's very difficult to separate the two. So you need software frameworks that can bridge this gap, or maybe the same framework to do that.
Yeah, and I'm quite aligned with Pradeep's thinking there. And in addition to that, it's also going all the way back to earth modeling and kind of understanding what's happening. So a lot of what we are focusing on is actually to make more of these advanced fluid dynamic models or these type of supporting systems available for those that are involved in operation. And I actually, that seems to have quite a good success for people to understand what's actually going on.
Okay. Have anything, Erik or Knut?
Yeah, no, I fully agree. It's but there are different levels, right? There are levels on the drill floor which moves the iron, and then so that is an automation system. And I fully agree with Pradeep. What is automation is different things to different people. So what moves the iron? Then you have the local process thing that actually can make the equipment move, the sequence engine, or so to speak. So there's interoperability between there. And then you have the layer above, which is where the master plan or the goals and objectives are created, and all these things has to go together. I think one thing that is today we are sort of in the industry, we are in a way, I call it static digitalization. We make one plan and then we send that to the well site, and then that is executed, and we follow and see, oh, did we plan right or did we plan wrong? Yeah. And there's a lot of value in that, because you can see when you drift off the plan immediately, and then you can take corrective actions, because knowing what should have been done and seeing why it didn't go that way is, of course, tremendous value instead of not knowing when you drift off the plan. But what will happen later when all these systems are more interconnected is that you get dynamic digitalization. You get things that flow back and down and then back again in this entire loop, and that's when you really are able to change the total functionality of the system. And I think that's sort of like something that comes beyond where we are today. I don't know when, but I think that's one of the real challenges that industry has to think, that we need to get there to be able to really advance hole making or the wellbore construction. It's not one thing down there that needs to work, or one thing over here, one thing there. It's the combined system. And it's a combined intelligence and knowledge in the system, data-driven knowledge and intelligence that will actually do this. And we are getting there, but it is because the tools that we use to create these kind of systems are getting better and better. I remember back in the days, and not that many years ago, when we spent months and months and months to develop, real-time mechanism to transport real-time data from one place to the other, very efficiently. It was a lot of work. It didn't exist. Today, you can buy that component, basically. So it's just a different thing. Cloud, web, all these things has really changed from on-premise computers and cables. It's the change is dramatic, and I think that will fuel also how the industry will be able to move forwards.
Yeah, but also how to place the operators, the service companies, and then the rig contractors, all of that, to get that to work together, get a business model, who owns what, and how to get that to work together. I think that will be some challenge going forward to get the system like that.
Yeah, but and I'm maybe a naive technologist, but I think that development of this technology actually will force the different parties to come together in alliances, because you are not able to operate this separately in the future. At least in some geo-regions, but I mean, there are examples where this is not applicable, obviously, where there are different business models and different objectives and different ways of doing things. But on the offshore side and the big IOCs, I think that will just force itself into play, because that's
like
the way
in a market like the North Sea, where we have high cost and that technology is already there, but I don't see how this will work all over the globe with the different.
No, I fully agree, and obviously, if you have a well that produces for 9 months and then you have to drill a new, then that's one play. But if you have a well that is basically your asset for 20 years, then you have a different value case, which drives this.
Okay, great. So let's talk about human factors and human-machine interfaces. There's been a lot of talk about the issues with human factors and HMIs. There appears to be limited real progress on resolving these issues. The dialogue rarely goes beyond stating it is an issue. What is the latest on this? For example, the strengths of combining automation sensitivity with humans' need for specificity to benefit well construction. Just let Pradeep take it. Yeah.
I can try. One of the challenges with drilling automation is, particularly when we talk about collaborative automation, where there's a third party person that is executing instructions, is the fact that without the automation, that person would have walked into the driller's cabin, talked to the driller, and provided the instructions verbally to the driller, right? And the driller is executing that. So from a human factors point of view, if we are now saying that that instruction is going to come from an external system, then we need to figure out how to provide that information, that background knowledge, what is executing and what is the expected result to the driller, so that the driller is not left in a state where the advisor says, oops, I don't know what's happening, take over, and the driller doesn't know what to do. Right? So that is a challenge. And I think that's an area that we've got groups within DSATS that is looking at that. So I think there is a recognition that that is important, and hopefully we'll get some resolution to that.
Yeah, and we see that also as very important on our side. And I think part of the challenges we've actually seen is that we're also getting to a stage where there's actually information overload. If you look at all these systems we're actually putting on the rig. So we're actually spending quite some time to using professionals to find out what does the different personas actually need, and also to build platforms that will accommodate different personas and their roles depending on what they're doing. But making sure that the data quality and the data that's distributed is kind of in the controlled fashion.
Yeah, I understand that we are basically there to move the iron. That's what I understand from the people. So we're moving the iron, and we are having working very close with certain drilling contractors to really understand what's going on there on the drill floor and on the rig. So we really try to identify the problems and find solutions for it. So take the people out of the whole pipe handling, and make it's possible to make it completely automated. And this is drilling, but we also did it for pipeline system. We built about 35 pipeline systems for J-lay pipe, for relay pipe, for all kinds of pipeline systems, and there's the same issue actually. Nowadays also with the wind farm installation, that's also, you're exposed to wind, to waves and everything. So also there you have to think about how can we handle the monopiles, the blades and everything. It's the same thinking basically, how to keep control over the load and manage it properly. And it's basically a repeatable process. So you really can think of it and continue to improve it. So in my view, the way is globalization, is making robotics, and the controls is part of it.
Okay. So from an intervention and even a P&A perspective, what are some of those areas where human factors and the HMIs kind of play into intervention, for example? Where can automation help bridge that gap?
I think we're just as bad as the drilling industry, so to speak. There's a lot of things we can do much better. Obviously, there are, again, it depends on what level you're talking about. In the cabin, there are reasonably okay systems, but it is. I recently worked with a company that was trying to make the next generation of drilling screens, HMI. Strongly involved in ADC and all of that, and but it's strange that every time they try to propose something different, then one driller comes back and say, no, I need a standpipe there, and I need the and I need to see this and this and this, and then you're back to the old thing, and so it's a challenge to do. It's very hard to do actually, to develop the next generation HMI for drilling or interventions. When it comes further up the food chain, I think it's easier because there is no established way of doing things. There's no lock-in by vendors like in drilling, for instance, where you have the suppliers that basically are at least offshore that are very strong and has been strong for many years. And yeah, people tend to like what they do.
That is in how we people are. What we've been used to, that's what you want to continue, with.
But with all this that's happening in the industry in terms of automation, especially on drilling, I would say, there is time for the next generation of user interface. And I haven't seen what you're doing, Arnfinn, there, but maybe that is something that that will lead the path.
So it does bring up, I guess, another side of that question, and certainly was touched on in one of the presentations about talent and the next generation of talent coming in. And I'm just curious, with the work that you've seen, particularly with your robotic rig, and even in other situations across the board, what has the response been from those in the field to robotics kind of coming into the space, or automation kind of coming into the space? I ask because I have an uncle who is a driller, and he is staunchly, I don't want a robot doing my job. So I guess, what's the response been, and how are y'all working with that?
I think if you can establish that the automation helps the driller do their job, that's definitely one way of overcoming that. The second way of overcoming that is to be able to allow the driller to do higher level tasks as opposed to holding joysticks and moving them. I think those are two ways you can elevate not only the driller's role, but you get buy-in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we see that in MP&A as well. We have fisher hands offshore, so some of the most experienced, like into troubleshooting and stuff like that. And in the beginning, they did not like to get data for what's happening down in the well. They wanted to keep their own knowledge, but now they see that they can even do a better job. And now we're seeing them; they're now starting to actually enjoy having that and being better in their jobs. And I think that is also something that can bring the younger generations in as well, when that's starting to spread, that we're actually now using automatic systems into them to get that wording out to the industry that we are now evolving, and new technologies and new things are coming in. Yeah.
Great. Well, at this time, I'd like to open it up to questions from the audience. We have a couple of microphones floating around. So first question here, if you could please state your name and your affiliation. If we could turn the mic on.
Matt Forshaw, Big Hughes. I think it's a question probably mostly for Arnfinn. I think a reoccurring theme over the last few hours has been that we have a kind of complex organizational setup with operator, drilling contractor, multiple service companies, OEMs to go and execute well, and that we need more interoperability, both in digital well planning, but also in the drilling execution side with systems automation. So I think setting standards is not a particularly new thing. We've had digital standards, WITS 0, WITS ML for decades now. With these new emerging standards, OSDU, what we're doing with DWIS, to accelerate adoption of those, would operators like yourselves really consider contractually mandating that service companies, OEMs, drilling contractors start to adopt those standards?
Yeah, I think that is a dialogue we have quite often with our alliance partners and our contractors. I think another thing that we spent a lot of time on is to reflect which role we have in these type of alliances and who actually does what. And I think that's been a challenge for a long time, that to find that role, who is doing it and who's best at doing that. And that's been, you know, the thinking of the alliance within AkerBP for a long time, the best man for the job or the best contractor for the job. But we are for sure pushing that. And again, that's part of the principle that we want to drive standardization and also drive standardization through adoption. And I think that's really important, that when we have these type of committees and, work with establishing standards, you need to test them. So one thing is to have a theoretical approach to a standard or, a data object or what you're doing, but you actually need to test it. And AkerBP really pushes that through to make sure that we invest in testing how they work and give that feedback.
Great, thanks.
Behind you.
Thank you. Herman Sporka, Saudi Aramco. Two observations and one final question then to you at the end. The first observation is I was a little bit surprised by the estimate of future P&A cost over the next couple of decades, where the whole of the Middle East was lumped into a very small sliver at the bottom called rest of the world. I think you might be underestimating the number of wells that are waiting to be P&A'd over there. The second
that's not my estimates. This is the industry estimates.
Nice way out, but still your presentation. The second observation goes to the business case, and that is if rig automation would be just handling big data, we would be a lot further advanced, because that's not very capital intensive. Our problem is the capital intensity when we are modifying rigs. To make rigs capable of doing what we want when we talk about automation costs a lot of money. We are in a project with Pradeep, and this is why I very much appreciated his presentation. These guys are putting together one of the rigs for us to demonstrate what should be possible. And hopefully in 24, we'll see it in real life. But once you know the capital intensity that goes into an upgrade, you can pretty easily work out the increase in day rate at the end for these rigs. And the only way to capitalize on that is either to trip faster or to increase ROP. And if your day rate goes up by 20 or 30%, you will be hard challenged to cut your drilling time by 20 or 30% just from tripping and increasing ROP. And that's the catch-22 that we are all in, because if we go for all of this investment, how would I explain to my boss that I want to increase my well cost by 10% just to be able to have everything automatic? And every time we talk about consistency or safety, that means we just failed to show a clear commerciality case, and now we need to resort to safety and consistency to try to get it through. So I'd be very, very wary about that. And thanks for bearing with me for that long. Now to my question to you. Have you thought about putting a wind turbine on top of one of your multi-purpose towers? Would that work?
Can do. Could do. I can put an Holland on, yeah. But our tower is 90 meter high, so I can put a propeller on, and at least I get energy for free. Yeah.
I'd just be interested in the commerciality of the thing and the power rating. If it would make sense for a rig to have one of these turbines up on top.
We for this rig, which I showed you, we put a 50 megawatt turbine that's next door to it, or connected to the same mooring system as the rig is moored to, and then you're almost close to zero emission. Of course, the question is you need to do something on energy storage, and of course, but in principle, you're close to zero emission. And back to the other question, I think the best rig you get is when the operator and the drilling contractor work together with the manufacturer, with design. Like we did on the Globetrotters, we work together with Shell and with Noble and ourselves. And at the end, it's become a very successful rig with very low energy consumption, as you have noticed, and a good performance. But that's the way to go. It's contractor, operator, and the manufacturer or the designer. So we can do it.
Thank you.
We have a question here in the front.
Matt Isbell with Hess Corporation. So you've got a lot of horsepower in the room and online, right? If you think of ART and DWIS and DSATS, that's a lot of acronyms. If you think of those things as one thing, we're listening. What is the one thing you want from us? That seems to be the problem.
I can take a shot at that. So I think from any kind of an industry body, what would be expected is to make sure that whatever standards you're working through addresses all parties' concerns. Because without that, you're not going to get buy-in from everybody, and automation will still be, we'll be talking about it 10 years from now. So anyone who has done automation has taken it upon themselves to work on it and make sure it adds value more than just automation for the sake of automation. So if DVIS is going to do that, we need to look at those use cases where we can add value and come up with standardized interfaces so that everybody can benefit from that. So rather than building one-off interfaces.
So we have a question here in the front, third row. And then behind him, the gentleman in the blue shirt in the back. Oh, okay, so we'll start here.
Pradeep Ashok, UT Austin. I know, Pradeep, you're talking about standard interfaces, right? But Erik also made a comment that you don't need to really wait for standard interfaces because technology develops so fast. And as you've been aware, DSATS takes a while to kind of develop standards. So do you think we should just forget about creating standards, but let the industry kind of, implement their own solutions, and then once the industry implements the solutions, just adopt a few of them, the most prevalent ones as standards?
No, I agree with you because we've already forgotten about the industry and we've moved on, right? So we've built interfaces, but to be efficient economically for service companies that come on location, they don't want to be building interfaces to every rig that they go on, right? That's just not commercially viable. So I think we need some standardization for that, but we're not waiting for that, right? We've built our interfaces and we've moved on.
So a follow-up question to that. So as neighbors, you understand that you've built interfaces, right? So the key question would be, you build your interfaces such that others can later tie into you. And when companies do that, basically it could so happen that the interfaces are easy to interface with. So do you think, that is an approach that Nabors is, for example, taking or other companies are taking?
I mean, we have living examples of that. We have directional drilling companies that are using our interfaces for directional drilling automation. So we do that for our own service, but we open that up to other directional companies.
Thanks.
So we have a question in the back, and then gentleman here in the blue shirt.
Thank you. Robin McMillan with Data Gumbo. First of all, I'd like to comment on Herman's comments about the capital cost. So what's really admirable about what Nabors are doing, and also NOV, are building robotic systems which are retrofittable to rigs that currently exist. So clearly that cuts down the capital cost and should increase the adoption rate considerably. But we learned a lot today we've talked about human factors a lot, and I think Ryan talked about needing some empathy for whoever's in the loop as the human. And then Jennifer said, what about the iPhone moment? When's that going to happen? So I wonder if you think that the iPhone moment really is not going to happen for well construction until we get the human out of the loop completely.
Well, one way to solve the problem is to take the human out of the loop completely, right? Your fully manual system is easy to develop. A fully automated system is easier to develop. But a halfway automation is probably the most difficult implementation.
Yeah, I agree completely. So the sooner we get through this phase, the better.
Yeah. That's been one of the guiding principles for process plant design for a long time. First rule is design the person out of the loop, so it's safe. So yeah.
And there's the old drilling adage that I've heard that you can drill a well with a human and a dog, and the dog is there to keep the human from messing with the controls. So,
exactly.
There's that. There was a gentleman here in the center with the blue shirt. He had a question.
Thanks. Mark Willer with H&P. I guess to piggyback on some of the other comments, and I guess to make an observation, then ask a question. So it seemed like there were some challenges with the value proposition question. And I can't help but think about it because as drillers, we're a cost center. Like, you don't make money drilling unless you're like in weird mineral industries. But as a result, when you pitch cost savings, there's a limit to what you can actually create as a market. And as a contractor, HMP, you want to capture some of that back. But as we talk about the iPhone moment and things like that, that was really a market of solution enablement. Like the value of your iPhone is not in a phone. My phone I have now is probably the worst phone I've ever owned for talking on as a phone. Have we talked with our customers or explored what things are not possible because we don't have automation, or what solutions we might enable through automation that humans just can't do?
Yeah, so I think it comes a bit also back to kind of the platforms, and I think also your question was very good related to standardization. You know, if that's really how we're going to solve it. I think it's a combination. You know, that we are now embracing technology stacks that gives us flexibility, but still, for you guys to build your platform to extend it, but still have the APIs that connects to other platforms or the automation systems. And I think one of the challenges we still have is that there is still a lot of legacy, and we still are dependent on legacy applications in the way we work. But there is a translation layer, and that's really the complicated thing, because even though you have APIs between systems, for some of these applications layers and more complicated data sets that are like geospatial, you often need a translation layer in between, so before the systems to understand one another. So, but I think the only way to solve this is to try and get even more business driven to the approach that we're having. And I think drilling fast, we've proven, at least on our side, that we're quite good at that with our team and our contractors. But now it's also about the quality. You know, a well is an investment for 20 years, and we want that to have good production through those 20 years. That's really focusing on the quality and the data, and also into, we're going to P&A it one day. So let's make sure we keep that data stored and make that available for when we're planning that. So
there's a question over here.
Yes, Jonathan Lightfoot with Oxy. My question's about data and information, in particular records. So through the life cycle of the well, obviously records are an important part of the data. And, as we're working on our RP78 standard, it's an API standard for wellbore positioning, and editing the part about records, I've had the luxury of going back and asking for digital records of directional survey data from sensors measured downhole. And in some cases, you can go back a year and a major service company can't provide that. In other cases, you look at a well from a decade ago and they can provide it. And I'm just curious, when you talk about the records, how are you factoring that into the records retention schedule, ownership of the records, transfer of the records when assets are divested or taken out of service, decommissioned for P&A? I'm talking about planning records, calibration records, everything associated with constructing the wellbore, completing the wellbore. How's that being managed in any of these data systems that are being developed? And I think, the AkerBP example, you look like you showed records as part of that circuit board workflow. So I'm just curious on how you're handling that part of it.
Well, I think we still have a way to go when it comes to being efficient when it comes to this. So it's still, a lot of it's handled case by case. But I mean, what we are pushing towards and what we see as kind of the future to this is that there will be much more liberation to where the data is stored, and that you have control over all your records through a data mesh. And that's really what we're pushing. You don't need to put necessarily all the data in one place, but leave it where it is. And most of the systems we're using now have quite good lineage and versioning control within themselves. So you're adapting that into the data mesh thinking. And that's kind of been the last discussions that we've been having with some of the majors, how to build the ecosystem that allows for that. So I think that, going away from the one tenant approach to multi-tenant approach, that also means for data management and the data mesh approach.
So question in the back, and then one up here in the front.
Yeah, hi, John Thorogood. Very much enjoyed your presentations. Some of you know I've been dabbling in human factors for the last 20 years or so, motivated by some operational screw-ups, which I was responsible. And written the odd paper, fortunately, that nobody's taken any notice of. The question is, we're looking at building systems that are increasingly complex, and the quick answer is complex systems fail in complex ways that we usually can't foresee. But that was really just a comment. The question I have is, in the UK, you've got the Chartered Institute of Ergonomics and Human Factors. In the US, you've got the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society. And over here in Norway, you've got the Human Factors in Control based with SINTEF up in Trondheim. And they've done a lot of work on human-machine interfaces. There's been a lot of work done in the automotive industry about when things start going wrong rapidly in a car, how do you then transfer control back to the driver in a way that the driver can pick up what on earth's going on and stop reading his book or watching his video and actually sort the situation out. Therefore, that was a comment. And the question then for particularly, I suppose, Pradeep, but also the rest of you is, to what extent have you engaged, have you got employees with a full-time human factors background in your organizations working on your systems who are actively engaged with these various societies in the countries where you're operating?
So we have engaged third-party human factors experts to come and help us with designing user interfaces. They've spent hours, days on the rig talking to all of the users. But we have not worked with any of the associations that you mentioned. The second part of my response is, in most of what you described, you have a user and you have a control system that is, for the most part, developed by one manufacturer. In our situation, we're trying to develop automation where we have multiple people that are actually controlling this machine, and it adds another level of complexity to the user interface in that, in some way, this external controlling process should transfer that situational awareness to the driller. So there's a little bit of increased complexity in this scenario.
Yeah, and I think for AkerBP, you know, in these type of technology development project, also working with Canrig Robotics, we had full-time human factor specialists part of the project, because this is a very important part to bridge, you know, the technology with the users. So also in my team now, that is people we have that's part of our team working on other types of applications that we're building. So, and SINTEF also was involved in some of the developments we've done. So I think for us, that's a quite known thing that we need to take that very seriously. And it also brings a lot of value into the project when we take human factors and also the users into account as we are developing. And I think that is also something we ask our contractors and those we work with, that's part of the workflow. And I see, at least for those we're involved, that's quite a natural part, actually.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. I mean, development of software these days, iPhone moment, at least the iPhone, the beautiful interface is something we all want to see. And I remember developing HMI for drillers operated chairs back in the days. It was very little human factors in place. It was basically to get the different data in a reasonable way on the screens. But hey, these screens are still around 15 years, 20 years later. I see them around. But today, when we develop, we have a huge group of UI people that actually are just working on the user experience, the user journey, closely with the clients, but because to make things, complex things, easy to operate is, of course, the goal of all of this. That has to be in the bottom. Whether that would be better if SINTEF and other were involved, maybe. There are obviously examples and suggestions and learning in what they have. So probably, but we don't do that. But yes, the focus on the UI, the focus on that application is good to use, nice to use, and that, because that's also a way to get big uptake for the application. If you find it immensely complex, nobody wants to spend time to use another application. It needs to fit into the daily the workflow and the way you work and the way you actually get payback in terms of simplifying your job, simplifying your day. So it's extremely important. And I think I actually believe that industry is much more focused on that today than they were back when I was doing some stuff.
So we have time for one more question. The gentleman here in the front.
Erik with UT Austin. So I want to challenge something that Herman Spurger said about ROP and tripping optimization being the only effective drivers for the adoption of automation and the retrofitting of rigs, right? Especially in this part of the world, that doesn't hold true, right? Because, for instance, demanning of offshore operations has been a big driver, right? That's driven the adoption of remote operating centers, for instance. And in your presentations, right, there was another big potential driver there, right? Joop mentioned it very strongly, which is carbon footprint reduction, right? And emissions and waste reduction, right? Do you feel that that is going to be a big driver for automation and automation adoption in the future? Or is it going to go the route of safety, where the operators say, yes, we like better safety, but we'd rather not pay more for it?
I think that is one of the key elements of why the planning of the operation is so important. Not far into the future, the way the wells are being drilled will be based on, well, one of the parameters will be the emissions from doing the well that way or that way or that way. So I think it is very important and will influence a lot to what we do. Obviously, the equipment needs to be upgraded all the way, but there's a lot of focus on that across the industry. I mean, going electrical in North America, huge push, millions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars are invested in pressure pumpers in the fracking industry to go electrical. I mean, it's they're really doing it, and also here in North Sea to a certain extent they're doing it. But I think that's why we need this ecosystem that are able to actually predict what is the best way to do this or that job, where one of the big parameters are obviously cost, but another one is emissions.
But do you think the operators will want to pay for it?
Yes.
Right, or would they just pass the cost along to the rig contractors, for instance, saying, we just want your rig to be a smaller footprint, carbon footprint?
Well, Arnfinn must answer that, but yeah.
I can't commit to something right here, but for sure, when it comes to ESG, that's broadened the aspect of automation for sure. Yeah. So there's a lot more focus on all of these data sets that, this was just the day rate of the rig. Now it's really focusing on how to improve, how to understand the carbon footprint, and even building that into the design tool. So it means that we can have different profiles on different type of rigs and their capacity, and that will actually be compared towards the design. So that is for sure something that's, broadened the aspect of automation, I would say.
Easy design.
Thank you.
Yep, I want to add to that. So in the US, operators pay for the fuel, right? So in the end, it becomes the operator's scope 1 emissions, right? Not the contractor's scope 1 emissions. So having said that, my personal experience in talking to operators about this is the emissions from drilling is a small percentage of their total emissions. And so the focus on emissions reduction is not as high. However, because they are paying for the fuel, any automated solution that can reduce the fuel cost, which consequently reduces emissions, is certainly something that they would be willing to pay for.
Joop, do you see that too in the offshore? Are people lining up for your design?
I have been to Houston 6 weeks ago, and I went actually for the wind conference. But the week before, I said I visited all the oil and gas clients, which I did, and I had talking to basically all the majors. And it's really that they really are now concerned about emissions. They really say, what can we do? Do you have ideas? So they really are. We have a dialogue at least now for what can we do to reduce emissions. That's the first step. But the next step should be really, we should develop a machine which is almost emission neutral. You know, I presented. You saw also the Robotic. It's now getting recognized as a very environmental friendly rig because only half of the fuel consumption or half the emissions. And it's a lot of automation on it as well, but now finally it gets recognition. So you see slowly it's coming, and it's good that also there's a pressure lots from the outside world on us because our industry is not very popular at the moment. We still know we need it, but
Never was.
Huh?
It never was.
Okay, but at least as we should do, well, these are small steps, but keep going, don't give up.
So with that, we'll bring the conversation to a close. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists here today. And thank you for your time. I'll turn it over to David.
Right, so thanks, Jennifer. Thanks very much to our speakers. Don't go away just yet. Before I close the symposium, hope to say, get this up. I need to say a number of thank yous. Thanks to our speakers, Ryan Dawson, keynote interview, the debate panelists here. So Arnfinn, Grøtte, Pradeep, Annaiyappa, Joop, Rodenburg, Erik, Zachariasen, and Knut, Inge, Dahlberg. Thanks very much to Jennifer Presley, our interviewer and moderator. And thanks also to Dimitrios, Sarah, and Blaine for the DSATS and arts updates. I also need to say thanks to the people who've helped make this happen. For the live streaming at the back there, David Gibson and Rebecca Cunningham. All the Stavanger Forum staff who've helped support this. Alexander Landis, Jack Macaulay there back running the AV for us, and Troels Skjæveland who helped set things up. A number of SPE staff have been helping. Josh Purnell, I don't see if is Josh still there, Winnie Dehani, also Chantal Voisin and Lottie Condron. And they're all out of the London office. Out of Dallas, Greg Hickey, who supports all that DSATS does, not just this symposium. And I need also to say a special thank you to the two guys who've been helping with the roving mics. Thanks to you. Thanks to the others on the organizing committee who've helped arrange this and put up with me for the 9 months of prior to this. John DeWart, Michael Edwards, Austin Groover, John McPherson, who's here somewhere, and Nathan Morales. Again, a big thank you to all our sponsors for giving us the support that's allowed us to stage the symposium. The platinum sponsors, Baker Hughes, Corva, and Nabors. For the live streaming, Patterson UTI. Gold sponsors, Ensign, Halliburton, NOV, and Silver, Weatherford. And finally, I need to thank all of you in the audience for coming here. I hope very much you've found this as interesting, thought-provoking, and enjoyable a symposium as I have. Remember, it's been recorded. The recording will be available a week or so's time, get it uploaded, and there'll be links on SPEDSATS.org. So with that, I guess it's goodbye to those of you who are following on the live stream. If you're here in Stavanger, don't go too far. Downstairs in the foyer, we've got informal reception with food and drink there. Hope very much you'll all take the opportunity to continue the discussion, meet with your friends in what hopefully will be a relaxed setting. So with that, goodbye from me. Enjoy the evening, the rest of your time in Stavanger. Bye.